has ravaged some of its youth. Kush, it's a synthetic drug whose true origin and composition is still not fully understood, but it's become a fast popular drug for disillusioned youth who have nothing to look forward to. And so we're going to speak to some of them to understand why they're in this trade and what it means for society. I'm told these ruins house at least 300 people. Almost everyone here smokes kush. For about 4 years now, it's been severely affecting Liberia's youth population. It's hard to put into words what I'm witnessing because it's not anything that I've ever experienced before. Every role that you look into has people without hopes and dreams and ambitions, and they're prisoners of their own reality. Kush, like crack, delivers a brief yet powerful high when smoked. The sensation quickly fades, leaving the user in a kind of hole. I meet William Cooper, who is smoking a single pellet of kush for 50 cents.
Yeah, so when you take it, sometimes, it make you forget about the past, it make you forget about the war in there and other things that have been bothering you. So when you take this, you relax yourself for some time. When you use when it is already bodied completed, where you see all who get out on the street looking for money to get some and then buy some to consume. The individuals addicted to drugs in this area are referred to as zogos, a term akin to zombies. The ruins also shelter many women. To support their drug habit, some of them engage
are the number one, and you are the control of the world. And we are leaving this program into your hand. Take complete control over us. The words that we speak, things that we say, and how this program
our dying youth in Liberia, our dying youth in our country, in the nation, in the city, in the villages, in the towns. We have come here to put voices together and say no to drugs in Liberia. It's destroying our country. It destroys affect futures. So we have come here today to work hard to be able to support this cause.
Thank you, Sister Bendora. At this time, we will call on our dear mother to give us a welcome remarks. Madam Bindle Christina Tiwa Hunter, if you are here, please unmute yourself to give the welcome remark.
first to notice when something is wrong. That is why this initiative is called A Mother's Touch, because healing, guidance, and transformation begins with the mother. This program is designed to continue the awareness that we started back in October, to set a platform that we will be able to bring people to the table to discuss and to come up with a solution of what is going on in Liberia today. So today, we will hear from experts, we will hear from community process. Again, it's only $25, and you're going to hear more about it. We want to provide as many care packages out there to our young people so they will be able to start their recovery process. We will also be working with the LDEA to develop awareness messages and to set up peer-to-peer educational clubs in Liberia in various schools. I'm from the background that prevention is better than cure. We want to be able to meet the young people where they are and give them the tools to be successful, to say no to drugs. So we need your support to help us make this possible. Let us stand together today, Liberians. Let us stand together today, people of the world. Let us speak up. Let us take action. Let us protect our young people. The young people of Liberia, they are looking to us. They're looking to ULLA women. They're looking to ULLA. They're looking to Liberians, and they're looking to people around the world. So I say welcome, sit back and enjoy, but most importantly, dig deep and help support us. I say thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for such a detailed outline of the program today. We always appreciate you. At this time, we will have special greetings from our own ULLA Vice President of ULLA, Madam Emmanuel Nangwe. If she's here, can you please unmute yourself, greet us, as we would love to hear from you as well. Thank you.
Then I'm trying to find her. Madam Nangbe, if you can put your hands up, or if you can raise your hands, I could find you. If not, we have Madam Kofa in the room. She's a president of ULLA in PA. She can greet us if the dynamic VP is not here.
Awesome.
Okay.
Madam Kopa, can you please give us a special greetings? Feel free to unmute yourself.
Yeah, you can unmute yourself. I'm clicking so you can unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to them.
Okay, so we move right along to our dynamic president of ULA, Honorable Mohammed MSG1 Keita.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The powerful ULA women of empowerment. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for us. And I just want to take the time, the executive member of ULA and the member of the board of directors. Thank you so much for coming here today. I mean, this is for us, and your coming here is very good. We appreciate it. And I believe Madam Kofa is the acting chair of the Leadership Council. She's here too as well. And I know Ellen Marsha is here. I don't want to call everybody because before I mix it. So I just want to say thank you and welcome on board. We are here to support this. Whatever the women are doing, we're behind you, solid behind you 100%. Let me say 1,000%. Support you. And thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Mohammed. So I take the next person in line would be the Board of Directors, Honorable Kamara. Acknowledgement for him as well. Is Mr. Kamara on the platform? Please unmute yourself, as we would love to hear from you. Do we have anyone from ULA that would like to proxy for him as well? Feel free to unmute yourself from the Board of Directors. Any member of the board of ULA present, please unmute yourself. Aspect of the program. And here we will be calling our sister, Tene Blama, who is the Project Management Committee and the first chairperson lead for the ULA Women Empowerment Committee Group. She will be introducing our speaker, Dr. Boulay, international psychologist and author. So at this time, Sister Tene, if you are on, please unmute yourself to introduce our guest speaker of the day. Thank you.
And Tene, before you come in, Dr. Vula, please raise your hand so I can unmute you, please. Go ahead, Tene.
It is with great admiration that I introduce Dr. Vulule. Dr. Vulule is a globally respected psychologist and mental health advocate. With extensive expertise in trauma recovery and counseling, he brings evidence-based insights into addiction, psychosocial support, and resilience building for individuals and communities affected by substance abuse. He is an author. His book is titled A War Without Guns, and the book is currently on Amazon. It is a great read. I don't know if you can see it, it's on Amazon. In addition to being an author, Dr. Vulele is also the current president of the Indiana chapter of ULA. So welcome, Dr. Vulele.
And I'm trying to find him in the audience. Dr. Vula, please raise your hand so I could unmute you. Ladies, can you see him?
He was here earlier. I don't see him now, but let me check too.
He just raised his hand. The person just raised his hand. So you're trying to find the person that raised their hand. Sorry,
Yeah, I just talked to him. He says he's here. Come.
Okay. Please raise your hand so we can get you and set you up, because I know you wanted to also do the presentation.
he have the feature to unmute himself? I think he does.
I think so. But I cannot see him. Okay, let's flip to the next person. And then we can come back to him because we cannot hold up.
Yeah.
Sure. So while we wait for
It's let me call.
I'm on the line with him. He parking his car now. He said 10
Okay.
minutes. 10 minutes will come.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
So while we wait, can we just have our video clip shown
Sure. Sure.
showing the drug crisis and government response in Liberia? So at this time, if we can all just give our undivided attention to the video, that would be great.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Alice Dubo Allison calling from River G County. Directly message is going to the new DA director. I was on the phone talking. I know I went to school, but I got my 2 children that are being affected from drugs. One is dead, and one now is in the rehab in the Johnsonville there. But now, beside Maserati, Honorable Director for DA, I'm speaking to you. If anybody can see it, let us share it with him. River G is a transit point for drugs. You knew that. Every drugs that leave from Liberia from Maserati, River G is a transit point. And we do not have no DA that even working with us here. We're dying, we're suffering. Even the day of our drugs march, say no to drugs. Even your commander you get, he high himself. We never saw him on our marching day. Nobody want to come to our aid. Nobody want to help. So we the parents we decide to take the initiative to help ourselves. But Honorable Director, we do not need no DA G because DA is not helping us. They are not helping us. They are carrying on. They are not helping us. Anybody want to kill me, they should come to kill me, but I'm saying the truth because I've been affected. So the DA new director, I don't know your name, but please come to rescue River G. The drugs in River G is too much. It's too much in River G. Women, men, business people, no business they get to do, but only to sell drugs. So please come and send your staff for your team to join us to help us to fight drugs in River G. You enter Sapo Park, trolley over. Where will we go? They can't check no car. Every car bringing black plastic. Nobody can check any car. Everybody wants them to put in their pocket. Come to rescue all. I lose my first son. The second one is almost crazy. So myself, I said on the phone to tell you the new director come and rescue us. I'm speaking for River G County, Fish Charm. I'm traumatized talking to you to come to rescue River G from drugs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. At this time, we are going to go right into our fundraiser movement. I will call on Sister Pandora to join. We can get those care packet going. So we will be doing our fundraiser movement at this time. Sister Pandora, are you ready?
Ever ready? Yes, I am.
Okay. So joining on this session while I get what do we want to start with? Do you want to give a little background on why we're doing the fundraiser and where it's going? And then why I get some of the goodies ready?
Absolutely, we can do that.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm so happy that we all are here for such a cause. So we are about to start our fundraising while she put the packages together. Actually, we want to give a care package to about 500 of those people from recovering, like victims or recovery or survivor. We want to give like 500 care packages out to Liberian people, to those youth that are affected. So one of them is just $25. One of the packages is $25. I'm here to sure this is one of the important reasons why we all gather as they receive it, they will know that someone who don't even know them cares so much about them, love them so much. So your support at this time is huge, is important. So we are encouraging you, we are encouraging every one of us on this platform to donate, to give. You can say, I will take five of the youth, maybe 3, who knows, 20. You can say, I will give the 20, it's $25. And the Cash App is right there. The $ Lady Dipper. Boom, you just send it out. And we have, if you are in Liberia, you're like, how can I be a part? You know, we have the mobile money, the MTN, and the number that's on the screen, 08888 And we have the 0 as well, is the Lady Diva. So you can't miss it, you can't get it wrong. Please get on your phone right now, and as we can start, we'll be calling it out so that we can raise this fund and be able to
but this is for the men. And we have here for our ladies, $60 a piece.
No, women, wake up. We got to do this. We need 3. Ooh, lady, one more. Then men, we still got 3 so that we can bring a speaker in.
Awesome. If we come back the second round, the price is going to go up. So we're saying 60 right now. The price is going to go up.
AJ Howard, I get one basket.
Come on, Deputy Howard.
Awesome.
She got, you see the ladies are giving it.
Before our speaker comes on, I think he's here now, correct? So
yeah,
before
for
he comes
three
on,
more.
We
more
need at
before the
least
speakers.
one more man. Come on, $60 going right now. In 5 seconds, it's going to go up.
Excuse me, I'm taking one, but how do you get the money from me? I'm driving now. I'm on my way to work. I'd like to give my name, and anybody can take my name and number down. That you can contact me for what you're supposed to get with the $60.
Woo! Ladies, get
what
that.
Is your name, please?
Two more. We need a speaker.
Get the name and number.
Let me get the name, please. What is your name, sir? I'm sorry.
Anthony Fana out of Worcester, Massachusetts.
Fana.
So do you know his sister Bendora?
Yeah, his name is
508.
Okay.
508 320 2719.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the support.
I'll do the $60, but I hope I have some time to speak because I need some clarity on the things that you guys are talking about. So I'm
Most definitely. Most definitely. During the Q&A session, we'll definitely bring you on board, and that'll be soon. Thank you so much. We're going to pause for now. Thank you to our beautiful sisters. I didn't get the name, but I'm sure one of the sisters here got the names, and we will reach out to you. And we have more baskets. So the price is going to go up during our next session. And at this time, if we have our speaker on, Dr. Bulule, I hope I got it right. Our psychologist, if he's on, we will bring him on at this time. Is the doctor on? Is he here?
If he's not here, we could go to another speaker because they said he was driving, and then we can come back.
Okay. So our next session was a Q&A session. Are we?
Yeah, let's go to the speaker and then we do the Q&A.
Okay. So at this time, our next speaker will be introduced by Counselor Sunday Gapey Wilson, National Coordinator of ULLA Women, Liberia. She will be introducing, I believe it's a she will be introducing Reverend Caleb Dorman, Zogos We Care.
Caleb.
Reverend Caleb Dorma, Zogos We Care. Is our sister or brother here to introduce our next guest speaker?
Good evening from Liberia. I am attorney Sonda Gipe Wilson. It is my distinguished honor to present to you this evening from Liberia, one of Liberia's heroes in the fight against drugs. He is the founder of Zogo We Care, a grassroots initiative dedicated to outreach and rehabilitation of Zogos. Zogos are youth struggling with drugs dependency. His work integrates faith, mentorship, and social support to restore dignity, rebuild lives, and offer hope to vulnerable young people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen of ULLA, the board president, and the chairperson of the ULLA Women Empowerment, it is my signal honor to present to you Reverend Caleb S.G. Doma, founder of Zogos We Care. Please welcome him. Thank you.
The devil is
Thank-
busy today.
Thank you, Attorney
His
Wilson.
signal just dropped. Thank you. He's coming up. His signal just dropped. Thank you.
Okay, So thank you, Attorney Wilson, for such a great introduction of our speaker. So as we await him, let's go to the Q&A session. Okay, our first Q&A session. I know that Brother Anthony is driving and he will probably soon be at work. So we will give 1 minute each session, each question. If you do have a question to ask, please just put your hands, use the hands symbol if you're on Zoom, and then we will call on your name for you to ask your question. So Brother Anthony, do you want to unmute yourself? We'll give you 1 minute to ask the question, and then we will take it from there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm unmuted already. Thank you. The question first of all goes to the package. Is the $25, does it cover the rice and every little thing you're talking about for one person? Is that what it covers?
Right, it does, yes.
Not in totality, because $25 we know is not enough. Rice is $15.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm thinking about. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
So by giving $100, which I would definitely do. I said the package was $60. I'll definitely send in $100. But if I want to listen to Caleb speaking first, so I definitely have some things to follow up before the end of the session. But thanks for answering that question. I will yield until I hear Caleb, my brother, to speak. So he invited me here. So thank you very much for the question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Just for transparency and clarity, the basket, or when you said basket, are you referring to the care packet basket, or were you referring to the little basket that we showed earlier? I just want to make sure so we know where the funds are going to be allocated.
What's given in Liberia, what you say was for the care package, right? That's what I heard you talk about. Yeah, that's not, I'm not talking about what you just showed out here. No, that's just for support. No, that's not what I'm talking about. What they get out of the hospital, the program that's been run. That's where I'm going.
Okay. Thanks for the clarity. So
And
it's both. We appreciate it. Yes.
Why Caleb is struggling to come on from Liberia, that the ULLA is here. So he could go ahead and start if he could unmute himself.
Sure. So welcome, Doctor. If you can unmute yourself, we've been awaiting you to hear some awesome information from your end. So welcome, welcome, welcome. And it's a pleasure to meet you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have the platform,
access so you could share?
Yes, I'm sharing now.
So just, Doctor, you are being allocated at least 20 minutes for this session. And then we're going to have 5 minutes for Q&A if anyone has questions for you. So that way it gives you time to answer them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I want to take this time to say thanks to ULLA Women for this initiative. My name is Dr. ULLA. I'm from the United States, specifically from Indiana, the state of Indiana. Today, I'm going to be presenting the book that I wrote on the drugs pandemics in Liberia. I named that book War Without Guns. So before I begin, I want to first, say that who ended that morning, but something else was born in me that particular moment. What was born in me was determination from that movement. What was born in me was a child who would not let any tragedies, determine his future or destroy his future. Today, I carry that 10 years old boy, Nya, in everything that I wrote in that book and in everything that I write today. That book is my father's legacy, and that book is that 10 years old boy who lost his father that morning, his voice. In the dedication of my book, when you get that book in the dedication section, I wrote the word, Daddy. Through you, I know, even though you are no longer here with us, your presence lives within me. Every pages of this book carry a piece of you. This is my offering of gratitude, love, and remembrance. I also dedicated this book to my mother, who currently here with me in the United States, but down with stroke. She cannot currently talk nor walk, live with me here in this house. I dedicate that book to her too as well. Through her illness, she battling illness with courage that cannot be described. In her weaknesses, she showed me what true strength looked like. I could have not let my father murder destroy me. I could have become bitter. I could have become angry. I could have let that movement to consume my, by hatred. But today, I choose different path. I choose to transform my pain into purpose. I choose to make my father's sacrifice mean something. I refuse to let that tragedy have the final word of my future. And that is why I wrote this book. Let me tell you about the journey that brought me to writing this book. After I lost my father, I could have given up. I could have become another casualties of war, another lost child in the statistics. But I made a different choice. I chose education. Education became my rebellion against despair and hopelessness. While war tried to steal my future, I fought back with books, with learning, and with determination. My uncle saw something in me when I had nothing, and he invested in my education. That investment changed everything. In 2009, I had the opportunity to travel here to the United States. I was selected through DV program. I want you to understand today, I didn't leave Liberia with anything like money or any connection. I left Liberia with one thing profound, which is faith. I'm sorry. I left with something heavy, grief still heavy on my shoulder. I left with my entire family's hope resting on me. Every step, I carried them with me. I pursued higher education with everything that I had. I earned a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, not just a career choice, but because I have seen firsthand what happened when justice failed. I have watched injustice take my father's life. I wanted to understand system. I learned how to fight for justice in ways that could create lasting change. Then I went on to complete master's degree in international psychology. I studied trauma and conflict because I have lived it. I have explored the psychological scars that war leave on individuals and communities because those scars were carved into my own soul. I wanted to heal, not just for myself, but others like me. My journey reached its pinnacle at the Chicago School of Professional Psychology, where I earned my PhD. For my doctoral research, I returned back to Liberia, not as a frightened 10-year-old boy flee from violence, but as a doctor, equipped with knowledge, skills, and tools to heal. I conducted research at the Monrovia Central Prison, shining light on the mental health struggle of inmates who, like me, carry scars of conflict and displacement. I returned to Liberia not as a victim of war, but as a scholar and advocate. I came back to Liberia to give voice to the voiceless, to heal wounds that weapon cannot touch, and to transform pain into purpose. That is why I wrote this book. That is why I stand before you this afternoon. My journey from Lama Village to America and back to Liberia is proof that tragedies does not have to have the final word. Education, faith, and determination can rebuild anything war tried to destroy. And now I use everything I've earned, every degree, every painful lesson, every movement of resilience to fight this new war, a war without guns, like I titled that book. Let me tell you why I have to write this book. Not want to, but I had to write it. I survived a war with guns. I lived through Second Liberian Civil War and watched my father murdered by rebels when I was just 10. I know what armed conflict looked like, the gunfire, the fear, the grief that never leaves. But when I returned to Liberia as a doctor, I was equipped with education and hope. I found something that scattered my heart all over again. A new war, a war without guns, but with casualty just as real. Right now, as we speak, there are more than 800 active drug dens operating in Monrovia and its surrounding community. In our neighborhoods, near your schools, around the corner from where our children play, 1 in every 5 young Liberians is already trapped by these drugs. Look at that powerful image on the screen. Children huddled in darkness, framed like a trap. Above them, a war without gun logo. Below is a war touches every family. That is not an exaggeration. It is our reality. If you have 5 children, statistics says that 1 is at risk. If you teach 30 students, 6 are dealing with substance abuse. When I see a mother mourning children lost to overdose, I see my own mother pain. When I see family torn apart by addiction, I see my own family scattered by war. When I see community destroyed by drugs, I see my village of Lama burned to the ground. I wrote this book because silence became too costly for me. Every day I still quiet was another child lost. Every week I hesitated was another family destroyed. I had to speak. I have to write. I have to act. Because if someone who survived war, who earned a PhD, who has access to platform, if I remain silent, then who will speak for the voiceless? This book is my refusal to be silent. This book is my declaration of war against the drugs crisis. This book is my promise to my father's memory and to my mother courage, to my 5 children future, and to every family in Liberia that will not stand by and watch another generation stolen. Fellow Liberians on here tonight, and friends of Liberians, let me tell you what finally made me to pick up my pen and start writing this book. Look at the image on the screen. A young woman sitting alone in the shadow, looking at another in the distance, separated from community and connection. Above her, the question that haunts me every day: can hope survive when drugs steal tomorrow? That question is not hereditary. It is the most urgent question facing Liberia right now. I wrote this book because silence has become costly once again. For me, for us, for our children. Every day I see mother mourning, children lost to drugs, and when I look into their eyes, I see my own pain repeated. I see the same devastation I felt when my father was taken from me. I see family torn apart, just like mine was torn apart by war. I see community destroyed, just like my village, and I cannot look away. I will not look away because I know what loss feels like at the deepest, most painful level, and I will not let another generation suffer the way I suffer. When I return home, I found a new war. Hold on, why is it going back? Okay. Because of time, let me go back. Now, let me share with you the core message I want you to leave with every person in this room tonight. Look at this powerful image on the screen. You see a young boy standing alone on a dusty road in what could be any communities in Liberia. Behind him, people are going about their normal lives, daily lives. And surrounding this scene is the circular frame showing my book, The War Without Gun. At the bottom, you see the words education or addiction. The choice is urgent. That is the crossroad we face right now. My first message to you this afternoon: this war without gun has real casualty. They are not statistics. They are not numbers on a page. They are neighbors, your classmates, your children, your family members. The weapons are paddles and pills. The battlefields are street corners near schools, and the abandoned buildings turn into drugs dens. The wounded don't wear uniform. They are the young people we see every day losing their future, one hit at a time. This war is real. It is casualty are mounting. My second message is one of hope. I am a living proof that hope survives even the darkest devastation. If I can rise from watching my father murdered at age 10, if I can transform that unbearable pain into purpose, if I can earn a PhD within that same pain, if I can return to do a research back on another war, then so can Liberia. And so can all of us on here tonight. Hope is not naive, optimistic. Hope is a resilience action. Hope is refusing to accept defeat. I stand before you this afternoon as evidence that no matter how deep the wounds of war, healing is possible. No matter how heavy the burdens of grief, hope can rise. No matter how dark the present movement, life can break through. Third message to you is a call to personal responsibility. Every parent, every teacher, every youth leader, every community elders, every faith-based leader, you are the first line of defense. This is not someone else's problem to solve. The government cannot do this alone. International organization cannot do this alone. This fight begins with you, begins with me, in our homes, in our classroom, in our church, in our community. You are the shade that stands between our children and the plug. Your voice matters. Your action matter. Your choice matter. And finally, the final message is the most urgent. Liberia stand at a crossroad. Continual erosions or national awakening. We cannot continue down the path we are on and watch our entire future generation disappear into addiction. Or we can choose to wake up, stand up, and fight back with everything we have. The choice is urgent. As that stage said no to drugs, education, and addiction. We choose education, we choose life, we choose hope, and we choose our children's future. That is my message.
Awesome.
Before I close, finally, my final call to action, I want to be very clear and very specific about who I wrote this book for. Look at this powerful image again on the screen. You see shape of 3 young people standing behind a chain link fence at sunset, trapped, enclosed, and waiting. Above them, the logo of War Without Guns and a rare arrow pointing towards them. Below, the invocative question, could stronger leadership save an entire generation? That image captures everything this book is about. Young people trapped, waiting for someone to act, that we are doing now, waiting for leadership that will fight for them. I wrote this book for policymakers, ministers, county officials, legislatures, government leaders at every level, who holds the power to turn urgency into actions and budgets. You have the authority to allocate resources, to declare this a national emergency, and to create policy that save lives. But authority means nothing without action. I wrote this book to give you the evidence you need, the framework you can implement, and the moral clarity to act decisively. Our children are trapped behind those metaphorical offense. Right now, your decision determines whether they escape or disappear. I wrote this book for healthcare workers, the nurses, the doctor, the counselor, the clinic staff, the mental health professionals who are treating wounds you were never trained for. You are seeing overdose from synthetic drugs that didn't exist in your textbooks. You are managing withdrawal symptoms with almost no medications assistance treatment options. You are counseling family with no support system in place. Your work is exhausted. You honor resource and often alone. I wrote this book to validate your experience, to amplify your voice, and to demand that you receive the training, resources, and institutional support you desperately need to do this impossible work. I wrote this book for teachers, those of you who watch your students' attendance drop weekly, who see the glares, eyes, and erratic behaviors in your classroom, who feel powerless as drugs markets operate just outside your school gates. You are trying to teach mathematics while battling forces you cannot control. You are trying to inspire future for students who cannot see the past today. I wrote this book to remind you that you are not alone, that your voice is in demanding safe school matters numerously, that the education is indeed the frontline defense against this addiction. I wrote this book for parents, especially those of you desperately searching for your missing children, those of you who no longer recognize their sons or daughters sitting across from you at the dining table, those of you who lies awake at night, wondering if your child will come home alive or become another statistic. I see your pain because it mirrors mine. When I lost my father, I felt that same hopelessness, that same desperate need for someone to act. I wrote this book to tell you that help is possible, that recovery is real, that treatment works, and that you are not fighting alone anymore. And I wrote this book for faith leaders, pastors, imams, community elders, spiritual guardians, those of you bearing too many young people today, those of you counseling broken family every single day, those of you trying to hold communities together as they threaten to come apart. Your spiritual and moral authority is irreplaceable in this fight. People listen to you. People trust you. People turn to you in their darkest movement. I wrote this book to mobilize that authority, to give you the tools and language to speak powerfully about this crisis, and to remind you that faith without action cannot save our children. God gave us hands to work, voice to speak, and courage to act. This book is written for every single person on here today. In this room. We refuse to accept that the loss of an entire generation is invisible. If you are willing to stand up, speak up, and fight back, this book is written for you. The question on that screen asks, could stronger leadership save an entire generation? My answer is yes, but only if we act now, only if we act together, only if we refuse to let another day pass in silence. Thank you for having me.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Vulule, what a great topic, a war without guns. A war without guns. Thank you so much. Speaking on drug is a silent killer. It damages and destroys families, our community at large. We want to say thank you once more for such a powerful presentation. And we do know you have a book. Maybe we can put up the book. I think the book was up. And during our fundraising session, we will be selling the book as well. Dr. Vulule has shared that 50% of his proceeds will be donated to ULLA women. That's something to be grateful for. 50% of his proceeds. So we do want to encourage us on this platform to order the book, and we will ask the audience if you have at least 2 to 3 questions for Dr. Vulule. This is a time we will give you guys at least a minute to ask your question, and the doctor can be precise and very short in answering the question. But the book is here. What is the cost of the book, doctor? I'm not seeing the cost.
Yes, the ebook is $10, which is $9.99. The hard copy, the hardback or hardcover is $26.99, and the paperback is $19.99.
Awesome, awesome. And where can this book be purchased? Can it be purchased on Amazon? Where are the locations?
On Amazon, just search Dr. Jan Vulule. It will pop up on Apple Book, on Barnes and Nobles, on Ludo, on Nooks, and other 10 other platforms out there.
If you love to read, and even if you do not like to read and you have children in your home, we do encourage that you order this book. I know I will be ordering mine. Order this book. He's already shared the locations of where the books is located or will be located. Please order women, ULLA women. We encourage you all to please order and support our Liberian Dr. Vulule. And what is such an awesome topic. So the book is here, the information is here. Please try to support in whatever way you can. Let's support one another to move forward, to build a better and stronger Liberia. Thank you so much, Doctor. At this time, we will have our little video clip. Madam Chair, if you can just proxy in with a video clip of
yeah.
what's happening in Liberia. Why? If you do have questions, put your hands up. If you want to write it in the chat room, I'm going to read it as well. We will entertain at least 2 questions at this time for Doctor.
Okay. While we are waiting for the questions, while we are waiting you to ask your questions.
We got Chairman Isaac Kato hands up. Chris hands is up.
Okay.
Then we got
just unmute themselves and ask.
Brenda Glee hands is up.
So please make your question very short because of time. We have other speakers. So if I'm seeing Brother Isaac, do you want to come up? Isaac Corto, come out and ask your question, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. V, for your great presentation. Before I ask my question, let me just preface that by saying I will be buying CIS care packages, and I believe that comes up to $150 since it is 25. Yes, so I will be sending in $150 for CIS care packages, and hopefully that is helpful. But my question for Dr. V, and Dr. V, it was actually good hearing your background, especially how it is so similar to many of us around that same age and came about at the same time. But a question I do have for you, Doctor, and you may have said this, but I missed it. When you did your research at the Central Prison, could you give us maybe 2 takeaways from there? And if so, considering especially like the older Zogos are within our age range, and would there be would therefore be considered children of the war? Do you see were you able to draw a correlation between children in the war and at this state in their in their adulthood being victims, if you will, that are still continuing because unfortunately, like them, we were the lucky ones and we were able to travel abroad. But were you able to find a correlation? And the reason I ask that is because I do have some empathy that perhaps if we weren't lucky to get out of there, we may have been finding ourselves in a similar place as well. So if you could just touch on that and just give us two summaries from your research at the prison, that would be helpful. And again, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much. That was emotional when I entered the Monrovia Central Prison. I was looking in every aspect, even though I was focusing on the mental health challenges of an incarcerated individuals over there, but I was also searching, for everything that I could lay my hands on, every experience. Because as a prison professional here in the United States, things goes on here. So one of the things that encouraged me to go back there was, comparing the situation here in the United States and to a resource limited country like Liberia. So when I went over there, yes, the war still have an impact. With everything we all went through, we are all suffering from some undiagnosed psychological trauma over there, and especially people that finding themselves in a situation where they can't even afford. If you're in that state of mind, you can't even afford to even put food on your family table. It's hard. It get people to end up in doing things that will end them in prison. And when they enter prison, they even come out worse of them they enter, because the rehabilitation system is limited. As absolutely almost no rehabilitation system over there. So people just sitting down in that confined area, nothing to do. They're just there. Even the mental health stuff that we're focusing on, there is no private place for mental health counseling and what have you. So yes, the war, the trauma from the war is still, affecting a lot of people.
Thank you, Doctor. At this time, Chris, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Let me say good evening to that. No, yeah. I listened to you when you were presenting, and I was touched because my late big sister's son that she left down, he have also been a victim of the drug issue in Liberia that I'm very finding difficult now to recover from that process. So when you're presenting, I was reflecting on what the young people, our assemblies are going through in Liberia. And I would like to get a few copies of the book for the cadet school interpreter, because those people send the judge and they also carry those judges to our case, our assembly at the various school campuses in Liberia. It is a thing that I find it difficult. So my question to you is, when you presented on this, I have a concern, and I think the ULLA women are taking the lead. In your own perspective, somebody now who have done they understand the issues now when it comes to the just issue in Liberia, what could be your suggestion to this team, or your suggestion to Liberia and Liberians for us to curtail the just in the society? Because look at the just, a number of people taking in the just out there, the hierarchy out there who are involved into this process. What could be your suggestion that we can curtail this thing in our society, not to affect maybe the next generation, because that generation that we have now with us or our assemblies, they are being affected. We don't want this to continue in society.
I'm sorry, Brother Chris. Can we just shorten because of time? We have other speaker. I mean, what you're saying is very vital. If you can just probably put it in the chat, I'm sure the doctor is still on. He's reading in the chat, but just get to the question, please, so the doctor can answer us. We need to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. So my question is that what could be a suggestion that we can continue the job issue in Liberia, not to affect the students, the high school students are taking in the jobs now, the people sending on the campus. What could be a suggestion? Thank you.
Yes, my suggestion is join the initiative that is going on now. Join this initiative. It's not one person thing. We cannot sit down and continue to talk and not taking action. So your ULLA women are taking the lead of putting up this initiative. So I'm encouraging all of us to join hands with them to engage our people, our various community, our various school campuses, and stuff. And also my suggestion would be this book. Buy this book. It is a toolkit for teachers to be able to recognize, for teachers in various schools to be able to, they will find that language as to how to deal with this or just issue. It is for community leaders. It gives them a guidance, a path as to how to organize themselves in fighting against this pandemic. It's for policy maker has to draft a policy that will make a difference in the country as a whole. So it's for clinicians. How they give them the tools how to counsel or carry on their counselings and their treatment and stuff. So there are many ways that we can do that. We can go about in joining hands in fighting this the pandemics.
Thank you.
It is
Thank
a
you
war.
so much.
It is
Yeah.
another war. Trust me.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vule. I want to say thank you for such a powerful
And I will be donating before I leave, before you let me go, I will be donating $150 to these initiatives as well.
Yay!
And I'm sending it now.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Vule, for such a powerful and deeply moving presentation. Your story reminds us that determination can grow even in the midst of chaos. Even when the source seemed tough, determination grows. You came to America crying both with hope and hopelessness, but yet you choose to rise. You turn bitterness into a hunger for education. You refuse to stay silent. You refuse. And instead, you use your voice through your book to be able to educate. That story was touching. In view of this, ladies and gentlemen, we want to do the same. The people of Liberia, the youth, let them use their voice. Then I come out to say, on this day, women and men gather to get me to where I am today. So the care package is $25. I want you to raise your hand or unmute yourself. If you can buy 5, you can buy 10. Please, it's time for us to turn our awareness into action. Action, something they can feel, they can embrace, something that they can say, yes, someone cares, even though we think that they have forgotten us. So the floor is open. Please, it's time to purchase the care package. Purchase his book, go on Amazon and get it. And I'm going to get some too. I'm going to go there and I'm going to purchase as well. So the floor is open. The care package is $25. I want to see hands. I want to see women. Let us raise funds. This story is touching. God changed his story. He changed his bitterness, hopelessness. He changed it around. The children of Liberia, the youth, need us. They need our financial support. So the floor is open.
Cash we have 6 packages from Dr. Vule. He is sending his 150 from Chairman Isaac Cottle, from Angie, and then from Randolph. So let's keep it coming. And also our Zelle people are also sending to our Zelle.
Yes. The Zelle is $Lady Diba, please. The Cash App, $Lady Diba. The mobile money, if you are in Liberia, 08888-18824. Let us give to this cause. The floor is open for you to make a contribution. Ms. Masale, back to you.
Thank you, Sister Pandora. So the floor is open, care packages. Do we have more sponsors? We're here to raise money. We need to raise funds. As we're given information, information is powerful, right? But at the same time, we need to be able to raise the funds that we need to execute our outcome, our goal. So at this time, if you want to buy any care packages, $25, please just raise your hands, put it in the chat.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Oh, by way of introduction, my name is T.W. Nipe Senior, the CEO for Security Services. I run a private security institution in Liberia, but I reside in the United States precisely.
Someone is here to introduce you. Can you please unmute yourself and introduce Mr. Nipe? Say he already here, and then we can start.
Was
our hospitality lead? She's here. Can you please unmute her, Madam President? So
she coming on to speak now?
Is that Mr. Nipe? Yeah, he's one of the sponsors. He's one of the sponsors for this program.
Hello all. I'm honored to introduce to you one of our speakers, as we said here, Tia Wedi Nipisian. He is a seasoned security professional and CEO of Security Services, SSS in Liberia, with over 25 years of experience in executive protection security leadership. He served in the Special Security Services under President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and holds a BA in criminal justice, in criminal justice administration, along with US-based certifications in human trafficking prevention and human rights consultancy, private investigation, and law enforcement. He is committed to advancing professional, private security, and public safety collaboration in Liberia. Currently, Deputy Nipe Senior works at the Hennepin Sheriff's Office. Please join me in welcome Deputy Nipe. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, I just want to emphasize and show highlights on two things as it relates to doing private security work in Liberia and how private security intertwined with fighting against drugs in Liberia. We all are aware that drug in Liberia and trafficking are no longer a distance problem. They are all there, and we see that on a day-to-day basis. They are affecting our youth, our communities, and our national security at large. However, it is incumbent upon us as professionals in our different areas of lives to fight against drugs as we see how much our young people are being destroyed by this terrible, terrible, terrible act. Violent crimes have increased in Liberia. Armed robbery is still on the go. School dropout, gang activity are yielding. And it is important that we join every initiative, every group that are fighting for this cause to be a part of it so that we can have a safe society tomorrow. We can be able to take our kids back home, Liberia, and they can be able to live in a drug-free society. And so, in so doing, on behalf of Security Services, we function in Liberia. We provide security services and consultancy in that first way. For more information, the Bendora Davis can share that later on. Not to take up all your time, probably you would want to ask questions. My organization would donate $100 towards your effort in helping to fight drugs in Liberia. But just before I leave, I'd like to throw a few highlights that concerns my organization when it comes to prevention of youth and education. I want to throw a highlight on that. There's so much, it struck me because I know where I came from. My own teenage life was taken away when the Liberian Civil War came to Liberia. I never had the opportunity to grow as a teen. And so I see that as a means to not provide that same opportunity for the people, the young people that are in Liberia. So drug awareness in education schools, in educational institutions, community mentorship programs, faith-based partnerships, sports and vocational training opportunities are things that I would like for us to highlight to start to begin to address in Liberia so that we can gain control over our youth. Once we can be able to access our youth in those areas, we can be able to make significant impact in fighting against drugs. And also, I'd like to emphasize on the role as private security professional. It is incumbent upon us as professionals in private security to make sure our security officers are trained well to suspect and be suspicious of drug activity in the community of which they serve. Support businesses and schools with awareness training. It's important that we get involved into that. Share intelligence responsibility with law enforcement, Liberian National Police and other senior law enforcement institutions. Help secure high-risk institutions like banks and other institutions. When we can come together and address this issue from our own professional backgrounds, I believe we can do well in helping to fight drugs in Liberia and minimizing the crimes. Thank you for the opportunity afforded me. Again, my name is T. Wetini Besrina, CEO of Security Service, Liberia.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The floor is open for care packages. Thank you, Mr. Nipe, Deputy Nipe. We appreciate the Cash App is on there, the Zelle is on there. You can just send your contribution, like you regularly say, $100. We appreciate that. The floor is open. Please unmute yourself. The care packages, $25. You can get 5, you can get 10, you can get 15, 20. Please.
Kindly post the mobile number in the chat, please. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Mansali, over to you.
Thank you, Sister Pandora. So at this time, we're going to move along to hearing voices from on ground, right? This program does not only incorporate diaspora, Liberians, and well-wishers. It's also incorporated to those that are in Liberia because that's our focus, right? So at this time, we're going to hear voices from ground in Liberia. And let me just introduce my brother, our sister, Madame Mina Carto. She is the financial committee lead. She's not here today, so I'm on a proxy to introduce our brother, Titus Cole. I hope I'm pronouncing the last name right, please. He is a survivor and an advocate. We are privileged to introduce Titus Y. Cole, a survivor of drug addiction in Liberia and a powerful advocate for change. Through his lived experience, he shares a compelling testimony on the realities of substance abuse, the journey to recovery, and the strength it takes to overcome, offering hope to many facing similar challenges. So at this time, if my brother Titus is on, can you unmute yourself and give us your story? We're here to support your growth, your continued growth, and hopefully your story would inspire, as we do know, it will inspire other young brothers and sisters in Liberia that are experiencing this drug epidemic. So Brother Titus, are you on? Please unmute yourself at this time. Thank you.
I think I'm on. I think I'm on. Are you seeing me?
Yes, we can see you. It's a little dark, but we can see you, can hear you fine. Thank you.
Yes, it's a little dark and I'm sitting outdoor. So can I start?
Yes, please. The floor is yours. Go right ahead. Thank you. So you have
Say?
20 minutes. You have 20 minutes to speak,
Oh,
okay? And then we'll have
okay,
5 minutes for question Q&A. Maybe we'll have our dynamic audience here that may want to ask you a few questions, okay? After
okay,
you're done with your 20 minutes. Thank you.
okay. It got to be God. It got to be God. It got to be God. It got to be God who I brought this. It got to be God. And Jesus turned it around. And Yahweh has turned it around. I was nobody. Jesus made me somebody. And Jesus turned it around. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone following this broadcast. My name is Status Yena Kuo. My both parents are native from Nema County, Segapieman district to be precise, Patriot time. I was born and raised in Banga, Bon County. I began my early high school or my early schooling year in Banga. And coming as a kid, I used to be a churchgoer because my both parents are all Christians. They are still holder within the church or elder and then a deacon. So I was with church activities and what have you. So like I had some passion for entertainment. So like honestly, as we go to school on a daily basis, we have some time entertaining each other, and like I started getting glued to guys who are within the entertainment cycle. So like we started meeting and interacting, and like I started getting myself involved with doing music and what have you. And I got to have it. People started to listen to me, and like within my same cycle, school birthdays, going for talent show, so on and so forth, I got introduced to something different because we needed something to stimulate us as we go about doing what we were doing. So like I got introduced to constant intake of alcohol. When the alcohol wasn't doing too good, I was also introduced to cigarette. We started to smoke cigarette from cigarette. Like I be like, but every time we do the cigarette, it's like a normal thing. Someone introduced us to marijuana, and like we started to take in marijuana, so on and so forth. From there, we started to go deep because life is about stage. You live from one place to another. At that time, I was still home and in school. So I managed with the marijuana and the alcohol, constant alcohol, marijuana, and that of the cigarette until I graduated from high school. When I entered university in 2012, I got introduced to new friends who was within the same habit, and they introduced me to another thing. At that time, we will use the talent white. We mash it with the marijuana. We used to call that back then, we used to call it corte. When you mash the talent white, it turns to dust, and then you put the opium on it, you mash it up, and then you roll it. The same normal way you roll the opium, and then you smoke it. So we started that way, going. But then I was still in school, I was still at home and fretting with my few freshmen studied at the Cottington University. We managed, but I could not really maintain while on the habit and being in school. So I started missing school, not paying attention, you understand, not impressing my sponsors and what have you. So I have to drop from school. So when I dropped from school, I had no option but to go to the street. So because high could not permit me now, I have defeated myself at home, lost the respect I normally used to have lost the trust of my parents, my friends, my siblings, and what have you. So I took the street, went there. At first, I started selling because out there I had a little phone, and a friend of mine was a dealer who was selling as well. He encouraged me when I told him I'm not in school. He said, but come, we can operate, we can be together. So like I started to sell and smoke, sell. I sell them at the same time. I'm on the same substance, you understand? So like so on and so on, so on and so on. Are you getting it?
Yes, we're getting you.
Continue.
Okay. So we started to smoke and sell, and like it could not maintain because the person he was selling for we got in shortage. So he went out of business. So I got to take charge of myself because at that time I was already addicted and I was like a dependent to drugs and other substance. If I don't do them, I don't have nothing else to do. So I left home, started sleeping in ghetto, started running around the street, so on and so forth like that, doing a lot. And one time, my daddy and father, Reverend Killer Doma, went for outreach in Park Up in Monrovia. By then, I have left Banga, going to Monrovia. He saw me and he had some time talking with me. And like I expressed interest in trying to be rehabilitated and said, that's fine, we can work it out. But that was back then in 2015. So we talked and said, okay, we can work it out. When he left, I just like it again. I left it. Still in the street, still doing the same old thing. I left from Monrovia. I came back to Banga. And when I got back again, I think I spent like 2 years. They came on outreach again. So when he met me and said, cool, you are not doing well for yourself. I know your potential. I know the young person you are. This is now a path for you. And I started to pray to God about it. You understand? So I pray and he linked me to one Pastor Emmett Hunter, who happened to be the central person for Celebrate Recovery in Banga at the Melodic Compound. And normally he and I started talking. I go around sometime, we have some counseling. And then I made up my own personal mind, looking at where I come from, looking at my family line so far. At time I started being ashamed of the person I was becoming. So like I started speaking to myself and also speaking to God. God, this is not me. This is not the person I wanting to be. This is not the person I used to dream of being. Please help me through. And as God could have it, I was helped through the influence of Reverend Kidder, Pastor Hunter, and one Jefferson night. I went at their home, their recovery center. It's called ULLA Recovery Center along the Marshall Highway. So when I left from here and I went there, their program normally run for I think 9 months. But God could have it. I spent 3 weeks, 2 days, and I said to myself, I think I'm done. So when I called the director of the program, Jefferson Night, and I said to him, sir, I've come to plead with you, even though I came here on a Monday, it's someone who sponsored me to come here, and I should leave here per that person's instruction, or I've wasted a lot of time out there, and to come and be here again for another 9 months, it will take me long. I beg you, Chief, I want you to go. And he insisted the first time, the second time he insisted, the third time, I called him and said, Director, I beg you, I want you to leave. I'm sober now, I can make it out there. He said, Tatos, it's challenging, but let me go and try. If I don't make it, I will come. And then he said, he came, we prayed together and said, you can go. So how I left. When she was not expecting me, all she knew, I was to be there for a year. She was not really welcoming. So she blasted, she talked to her, I said, sister, I understand everything.
Yeah, well, Liberian network, right there with him.
Yeah, network.
Yeah, well, Liberian network.
He's doing okay.
Powerful testimony.
Yeah, that's a powerful testimony.
Yeah.
You consider all our network. We are in La bro. That's why we feel here. We are challenged when it comes to network.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, but I'm
Back on
actually.
Titus, you can come back on. Unmute yourself. Okay.
Okay. So, sorry, this is like bro, and that's the condition we face here of the issue of network. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I talked to her. I gave her reasons for why I left from there. She said, okay, since that's the case, I will give you a try and see. So I spent a few time with her, and like I told her I wanted to get myself doing something. Man, trying to polytechnics. I did plumbing and backing around, trying to get out of hustle with city bill, but like I'm not really feeling the type of work I was doing with the type of person I've always dreamed of being. And then I said to my elder sister, I think I got to go back to Cottington to continue my study. You understand? So when I got back to Bangor, I came to my parents, my father, because my mom had passed off long since. When I came to my father, at first, they never really open arms the 100% because every parents will do that. That's the case. And reasons that I'm a changed person and I meant what I've choose to do. So try to give them reason. I manage through the help of wearing there. I entered Cottington and then I started my study. We started moving on front. And to admit, since I went through my recovery process, this is my first time doing a broadcast testimony, you understand? Every time I do testimony is in the ghetto, I normally go on outreach, you understand? I go to the street to talk to my young brothers and sisters. And it will also amaze you to know that since I left the street, I have used my influence to help rehabilitate more than 70 young persons from the time you want to call some of them, they are meet. We are part of the high school alumni. We normally meet to have meeting. I can provide opportunity where maybe you ought to talk to a few of them and they tell working. So our aim out there is to see how best we be able to help other people. So why have I come to do this? I know many people listening were wanting to know. I've been sober or free from drugs for like 8 years now. And as I say, I've helped rehabilitate 70 persons through my influence to people who got rehabilitation centers and what have you. So why have I come? I have come to talk to you people in the diaspora and other Liberians on ground who are following to rally around the victims of substance or drug abuse so that we stop seeing them as suspect. We rather see them as victims than seeing them as suspect. But the case in our country is different. The issue of acceptance, you understand? It's obvious everybody now say no to drugs, say no to drugs. Yes, they wanting people to change. But how well is society willing to accept people? And that's one main issue that is leading to the rapid issue or the rapid increase in relapse. When we say relapse, going back to the level you came from. You understand? The fact that if you do celebrate recovery, there are 8 steps and 9 principles that lead. There are 8 steps and 12 principles that lead to recovery. And the first step talk about your willingness. And the first principle talk about denial. So the fact that someone is willing to leave what they were into, and you understand, and they be able to admit to you like I'm doing now, I'm admitting to the public that I was into this habit. Other people use it now as a form of elimination. You understand? They try to stigmatize us. You understand? They try to attach our past life to our present, which is causing serious problem. You understand? Like in time past, I've been talking to that. We been trying to see how best we could establish an anti-drugs club in almost all of the schools. But it will sad you to know that even people that are helped to leave the habit are now ashamed to tell people that they were once in the habit because of stigmatization. And it is becoming a challenge, family denial. We have people who we help to go to the home they came by, the family refuse them, family don't want them to accept them, which is bad. It's becoming more challenging for our little work we try to do to give back to society. So I have come on this podcast to share my testimony and also to plead to national government and plead to well-meaning Liberians, humanitarians, and other people following that they can be able to increase the issue of awareness as it relates to the stigmatization of ex-victims of substance use. Because if people who have passed through those roads can be stigmatized now in society, what picture or what message do they single to people who are still there that if you come out, you'll be accepted? We do appreciate the government for the little effort in trying to see how best they can combat drugs and substance use, but the issue of empowerment for ex-drug users is very, very important because, as I'm saying, the issue of empowerment is very, very important because if the man come from the rehab, most of those rehab don't have vocational training program. Imagine someone who was on drugs and on crime for like 15 to 20 years, you take him and get carrying somewhere for 6 years and bring that man back. How is that man going to reintegrate himself into society? He has lost his friends. Some people live there, they lost their parents. They don't know how are they coming to start back. It becomes challenging. And at the end, it leads to relapse. It leads to many people going back because when you get out there, you are not accepted. People look down on you. People don't want to make friends with you. They call you names, so on and so forth. So we are just pleading to you people out there, to everyone following this podcast, to see how best we can increase the issue of awareness, to see how best the issue of stigmatization can be canceled. One, two, research are also proving that 99% of young people who are addicted to drugs and other substances today in Liberia get addicted from class or from school activities. You understand? So with that statistics, we think it's also necessary that we try to create more awareness within our high school. And who should create those awareness? People who have been victimized by the process. You understand? Because I will be telling you the effect about what I'm telling you to not take. I will be telling you about what it cost my life as a person and why I want you to stay away from it. And what I experienced when I was into it, you understand? So in that light, at least it will be a form of empowerment for people who was there and left from there and are trying to see how best they get themselves reintegrated into society. So I don't want to take most of your time, but I like to say I appreciate the platform and I appreciate everybody following. And I look forward to being around for questions and following the podcast as well.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you.
Awesome. What a fabulous story. 8 years of recovery. Took time, took dedication, took commitment, took support. And we just want to say thank you. As you stated, this is your first time coming on such platform to speak of your survivor history. And we just want to say thank you, Brother Titus, for having the courage to even share with us your journey. And we know that with God, all things are possible, and He will continue to lead you and direct your path as He has ordained. So thank you so much. At this time, we will only take 2 questions, and then from there, we'll go into another fundraiser. We do want to raise funds, so we will be intermittently doing fundraising as we're going throughout the day. So if you have a question, please raise your hands. I see Benza Sare, if I'm not mistaken. Sayway, if you have a question, please unmute yourself. And then from there, we'll go to Brother Augustus. So please feel free to unmute yourself if your hands is up.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. The name is Nessa Siawe McCabe.
Thank you.
Yes, I am from Nima County, and Brother Titus, very powerful story. I got emotional. You are one strong young man that I think and nothing believe that God is ready to use in this war that we're in. So my question is, since you left, was there any relapse on your end by you?
No, Mom, there haven't been any relapse from my end since I left the home and moving on with life. There haven't been any relapse.
So I'm very happy to hear that. That's the song that you just sang.
Even the home I wear, I'm a voluntary supervisor there. I normally go there 2 times every month to talk to the guys there.
Oh, great. You see, the song you sang at the beginning there, it got to be God, that you had not have any relapse. So I will personally keep you in my prayers, and I'm already part of this war, and God is going to be with us. We're going to retrieve our children. We're going to have our children back from this pandemic. Thank you so much for your presentation. Very eloquent.
Awesome. Thank you, Mother, Sister. Brother Augustus, do you have a question?
I have a statement to make, but before I will be leaving in the next 30 minutes, I'll just make my initial contribution. I'm very impressed. I want to bless all of you who are taking on this very noble initiative. I'm making the initial contribution of 150, and I will be in touch. Deva is my colleague, so you'll be hearing from me. You are not in this alone. And Brother Titus, young man, you are my hero. Stigma is indeed a detrimental factor to fighting any public health issues. So those who are joining this war, who are championing this war, I encourage you to not only focus on the consumer, the victim, or those in recovery, but also for the community. They need to be aware, so that we can destigmatize our community in order for our brothers to be welcome. Thank you very much, and I will get a cash out to send my initial 150. Again, I'll be in touch with Deva. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Gus. Thank you so much. Fatu.
Yes.
Some
Thank
of
you
the
so
people
much.
have to go, so we need to try to do it, and then so we can have the fundraiser.
Can I just say something, please?
Sure.
A question. This is Smelia. Thank you, Titus. Your story was very, very moving and encouraging. My question, you said the place you went, the program is 9 months. Do you know how much it costs to sponsor one person for that program where you were?
Yes, Mom. The registration for the program, when you go in there as a new resident, you pay $200 United States to register, and then you carry a mattress, you carry a bed or rest at first, and then you pay $75 every month for outkeep. But for me, I was on a scholarship through Reverend Kidder. He linked me to one Dr. White. So it was Dr. White that was responsible for my being there. I was not paying fees. But the fees there is $200 for registration, $75 for upkeep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Fatu, let's go to Reverend Caleb because he's in Liberia. He's on data. So
okay, he's back. Okay,
yes,
awesome.
He's back.
Welcome, Reverend. The floor is yours for at least 20 minutes.
Moment, like Tata said, it's dark, and I'm trying to relocate somewhere outside you for us to be able to have a conversation. I'm Reverend Caleb Doma in the ghetto. The ghetto is one of the most organized places when it comes to leadership. When it comes to leadership, Their 5-star general in the ghetto is everything. When he says jump, you don't ask him any other question, you jump. But when I get in the ghetto, I'm the 6-star general. So everybody take instructions from me. In 2017, my story started when I was assigned to a church to go and be a pastor. And I told my bishop, nope, I cannot, I don't think this is where I want to be. I don't fit there any longer. He said, what do you want to do? And I said, I'm tired of standing in some wooden box every Sunday morning and yelling at the people. There is work out there to do. I'm moving to the ghetto. And he said, what? What are you talking about? I said, yes, Bishop. This is our war. Metro Harvest, the church without walls, is the church where everybody comes. I've encountered in the ghetto, not only drug addicts, hardcore criminals, sex workers, you name it. And I have some stories to tell you tonight. But before I go there, let me tell you this. There is a serious work to do. In 2022 May, the Ministry of Youth and Sports of youth in Liberia were on drugs. And to say 20% at that time were on drugs, it meant something. Man, go to the door. It meant something like out of the 5.3 million people, 669,000 persons, which is almost 700,000 young people were on drugs. That's a whooping statistics. Drugs being the fastest growing industry in Liberia, I now put it to a little more than a million people on drugs. And young people on drugs. If you add the children and the adults, those who are selling the drugs have a way of marketing. Almost every school, be a kindergarten school, got a drug den around it. If you sell drugs in milk candy, you are not doing it for adults. You are trying to initiate children at an early age. We have a problem there with drugs, and those who are into it are trying to get our children at an early age doing everything. What am I doing here in Liberia now? Titus talked about some of the outreach that we do in different ghettos. His story is peculiar. When I first met him and we talked, I got a way of, when I'm doing it, a video. And his father saw it, and his father called him. Titus got angry with me that I put him on video. And I said, son, this place is not meant for you. Get out. I can help you any way to get out. He relocated. I saw him in another ghetto. As soon as he saw me, he ran. It was when he went to Banga. When I got to Banga, I saw him again. We had a conversation. We had it the second time, and I turned him over. This is not just Titus' story. It's the story about a lot of other young people. You heard Titus say, I pray. We here, we don't pray enough. Those children in the ghetto, I tell you, they pray day and night. Lord, take me from this place. This is not the place. When they go to sleep at night, they cry and cry. But by the time they get up in the next morning, when that drugs is wearing out of them, when the withdrawal syndrome sets in, they get up in the next morning and go for the next drag so that they can keep normal, so they can come back to themselves. They want recovery. But drugs is pouring them down. I mean, they are serious. There are a lot of people working along in this recovery process. Titus talk about the stigma, and because of that, let me go back a little bit. There was a time I took an outreach to the ghetto. In fact, early in my ministry in the ghetto, I got attracted to children and women. And there was this woman who was pregnant. I took her to hospital. She had nowhere to go. I asked her to take the baby. Her boyfriend said no. And they moved from Penner building to the graveyard. They were living with the baby. So I made sure I carry food and clothing to keep the baby warm all the time. This day, I took food and Pampers. When I got there, it was about 5:30. This girl had a pot of tea on the fire. I said to her, look, I know you don't want me to drink some of your tea. I'm going. It was that so that grass are boiling to get to the baby, so the baby can sleep for me to go also to tonight. It touched my heart. That little baby, every time I think about it, tears sets in my eyes. After that night, I told myself, children, babies, and young women, I will concentrate on them in the ghetto. This week alone, I've taken 6 pregnant women to clinic. 3 of them, it was their first time ever going. All of them, I was the first one who carried them to clinic when they got, during their pregnancy. We have a home that I call Graceland. We got 15 children born of ghetto parents. Born of ghetto parents. The only people that know are the women that are taking care of them. They call them mommy, and their grandfather Caleb. 2 weeks ago, I was in Greenville when I got a call. Raring, somebody dropped a baby by our doors. What should we do? I said, take the baby. When I come, I'm going to police. I will go report it to the police. They called me back 2 days later and said, guess what? The children call him Grandpa Caleb. So he happens to be Caleb the 5th. Caleb Doman the 5th is my newest of them all. Because of the stigma, we got a center. In this center, those that are in recovery camp, they learn skills, sewing, soap making, pastry, catering, interior design, and we are going to add weaving to it this time. We got, now as we talk, we have a center in Tottenberg. On January 7, we graduated 38 young women. We are opening another center in Lower Lofa in, they call the place Bairnstown. It's right across the St. Paul River. It's for Bon and Lofa to share. someone gave us a property in Basel that we are trying to renovate for the girls program. And we got 2 centers in the Monrovia area. There was a program, there was some tape earlier where someone was talking about River G and drugs. Look, everywhere you see illicit money, be it gold or diamond, they are ghettos. These children go to work, and the mine owner tell them, look, I won't put you in Zigo. Here's something here for you to take. They gave them drugs for first 2-3 weeks so that they can just be stone high and work. After that, it becomes a business. They tell them, I'm not going to give you my drugs, my market anymore. You got to pay for it. But they're already addicted. So they say, okay, take it from my pay. They work for drugs in those places. It's pathetic. Our future is dying right before our own eyes. Our children, who are meant to be our future, are all going to drugs. I want to say thanks to the government because of the security apparatus now. It seems, again, hear me, it seems like our streets are protected. Because of their robustness, ghettos are being burst. And people are running away from centers that I knew that were huge. The streets look clean. But I'm so
sorry
disappointed.
for interrupting, Reverend. Just wanted to let
These
you
people
know.
run away from.
Do you hear me? Just want to let you know you have at least 5 more minutes. Just wanted to remind you on the time.
They are doing what they can do. They are trying to provide security for the majority of the people. But these ghettos that they burst and they run everybody out, these guys know the dealers. They go and form smaller ghettos everywhere and invite the dealers there. We are not rehabilitating those people that they take from these places. They need to be rehabilitated. That's the main thing that rehabilitated and set forth so that they can be productive citizens. This is where we all come in. This is where we all come in. Our children are dying right before our own eyes. By the way, I just wrote a book, Diamonds in the Dirt. Those people are my diamonds, living in the dirt in the streets. The same method, the same hardship, the same difficulty we get in mining diamonds. These are our children, the human resources that are capable of doing anything. We need to put it together to get them out and back in school, out to be resourceful, to be citizens who will be productive. I could go on. I could go on and on and on, but hey, there are many titles. We got about 9 of them back in college. We got about 13 of them back in high school. We are doing whatever we can do. We have them come to our centers, and we will not let them go because I know and we know they are our future. Unless we treat our future right, we all die together. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Reverend Caleb.
And the question.
Diamonds in the Dirt is a book that has been written by our Reverend. Please support him. and the great work that is being done in Liberia. We say thank you so much. It takes a village to raise a child, and that's exactly what you and your organization is doing. We say thank you. Because of time, we're going to keep all the Q&A for last. We want to make sure we're sensitive with time. We want to make sure that we hear from all of our great speakers that are on this platform, because they do have a lot of information to share. So at this time, we will thank you again, Reverend. We're going to call on, well, we're going to do a fundraiser. I don't know, the fundraiser team, what do you think? Should we do a quick 1-2 minutes fundraising?
Sure.
That's
Sure.
good? Sure?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, we still do have a basket here. We have one more meal basket left for $60. You know, we want to make sure we can get rid of it. Nothing here we want to take with us. We made these purposely for it to get out of our hands. So we know we do have some fathers on here, some brothers on here. Please support ULLA women in the fight against drug in our country. And we need every funding we can get. So this basket is going for $60, bed and bath. It will be mailed to you. Those that are in the diaspora, please mail. It's going. If you want to purchase it, I know my sister Bendora is there. She will take your name. Just say your name and how much you want to purchase it for. $60 it's going for, and that would be great. And then
I'll take the basket.
Who is that, please? The name?
This is Nessa Siawe McKay.
Thank you, Mother McKay. Great, great, great. We appreciate you. It will be mailed to you. We will connect with you. You can Zelle the money to our Zelle information here on the platform, and then just send us your address as well. This was donated. We have a beautiful, I don't know if you can see it, but it's so beautiful. You can see it. We have a beautiful, this was donated to us by a lady who experienced drugs about 25 years ago. She tend to, she makes these things by hand. It's going for $40. It's, a nice door. You can put it at your door. Can you see it? Or
no, not yet.
I'm gonna put it up.
Okay, yeah, I think we have a picture of it because of this background. But it's so beautiful. It's going for $40. Can we put the picture up? Maybe we get somebody to buy it.
I'm putting the picture up now.
It's
$40
so pretty.
is going for. It was donated. We love it. It looks so beautiful. So if you can, we can get someone for that, going $40. Once you see the picture, you're gonna love it. And if you want more, just let us know. We will have her. She does this on the side. She's a recovering for over 25 years, and she always donated. So if you want it done, let us know. We're here to promote entrepreneurship. Also, we're here to promote that as well. So we do have our ULLA sisters on the line. Woo. If you're here, you want to buy ULLA sister, it's time for us. Let us start. We have to lead by example. We need to purchase care packages, $25. You see how beautiful these things look? That's the wreath right there, going for $40. If you want to get that, please put in the chat. Let us know.
Madam Bendu Hunter, hand is up. I think she wants to do something or say something. You can go ahead.
Okay.
But before she comes, we have a couple of announcements. The sisters from Liberia, our sister Sunda Gipia Wilson, she has sent in 10,000 Liberian dollars. So it's in our thing. So,
Thank you. Yes.
So when you come up, it's all you just announced.
Yeah.
Some of the speakers are already texting that they have to go. So
yes.
So ULLA women, come up, say your name, just state exactly how much care package you're going to purchase, how much you want to give us, so that we can move along to the speakers. Thank you all.
Yeah, we need 10 people right now before the Frasers can come out. Please, 10. Just come out and purchase a care package. 10.
It's random.
Okay, this is Brother Doki.
Yes.
No, I just want to say that I'm going to contribute $100. I already sent it to David, and I just want to thank you guys for the effort. And when you talk about ULLA sister, they get ULLA brothers too. So we are here.
Yeah, we said 10. So 9 more. 9. Let's do it quick for Debbie to come on. 9 more.
Is Glee that is going next, please.
Oh, okay, Glee. Okay.
Yeah,
yes, 9 more.
Engagement to go to. I sent in $200.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair. See, she's leading by example.
We lead by example. We lead by example.
ULLA sisters, the floor is open. Come on. Care packages, $25.
I will get one basket. I will get one basket. This is Bindu.
Yay.
Thank you, Mother Bindu. Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
I wanted to make a quick comment before. We are going to Liberia. Dr. Tuwe, I know she doesn't want it, but I'm going to say, and I'm a social worker. I want to really get involved now a little bit to get into some of these ghettos or get to Liberia and see how we can use some of our expertise. I just wanted to say that because I'm very moved, I'm very emotional right now with all of the testimonies and presentation. Dr. V, that was awesome. All the times it was so good. So when we get there, we want to reach out to the reverend or to the whatever we can do. We'll coordinate it with our chairlady before we get to Liberia to see where we can go and reach out to just give some of our professional services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mother. ULLA women, come on. Go in.
This is Idris. I'll purchase 2 care packages.
Awesome. Thank you, Sis Idris. Appreciate it.
Hi, this is Bibi from Minnesota. I'll take 2 baskets.
Thank you. On the move.
Miss Fatu, I put in the chat. Did you see it? This is Nessa again. I'm going to do 2 packages.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, I see that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
ULLA women, I see your hands up. Are we coming along? ULLA women on the move. Come on.
Hello, this
is go ahead, Doctor.
Regarding nurses in charge, we have donated 7 baskets.
Woo! $175. Woo-hoo! Thank you. Let me see who else. Dr. Yan has sent for 6 baskets.
Thanks. Awesome.
Our people in
Hello?
Yes. Go ahead.
Anthony Sana here.
Okay.
In the line of donations that we're talking about, I want to leave to ULLA and its people. We are in the diaspora, especially we in America here. And ULLA, my name is Anthony Fana York. I'm sure you may have heard or know me, right? If you don't know me, I'm in Worcester, Massachusetts. Liberian Community Association. I don't know whether there's any ULLA member or ULLA executive on your team is out of Massachusetts. Maybe you have, but not in my community. And the reason why I stretch it is because I see there's 31 persons that have come to this call, or more than 31 persons that have popped in and pop out. If each person gives $25, those baskets are all taken. Secondly, and you can give me a call and we can run it down. It's good to have a group like ULLA, where you say you are. We need ULLA to go across nationwide. You guys are not here, and to help the kids in Liberia, we need more than that. There are a lot of things that can be done. I'm bringing it on the table so that you can understand that Worcester, Massachusetts has been very supportive of ULLA and everything for Liberians. So this is very much dear to my heart. I want us to start a donation. If people say $25 is too much, I would say fine, we can say $10. Across America, ULLA, you have a responsibility to find 100 people that we can donate out of our paycheck $10 a week. I would want to say $25. They would say it's too much because everybody would know how everybody pocket. I'm working about every 2 weeks. And I gave to Caleb every 2 weeks, I gave $25. Outside of that, we can do that now and start a process. So I'm just telling you now because I got to go to work. $25 or 10 cents now. What is acceptable by the body? Across America, with more than 2 million people in America.
Yes.
You need funding, and the program need consistency. I hear the young man talking. I heard Killer talking. Killer and I are teammates out of 1985 basketball, and like I'm a former basketball player. But ULLA again, we are the one that supported, that ran Donald Trump on his TPS, GED refusal to end it December 9th when Donald Trump was president. I took the 3 members to go and vote, and they spoke and they denied Donald Trump the right to deny our TPS. So there's been a long time relationship. So I'm letting you know, ULLA members and ULLA officials, reach out and we can put forces together to help those children. It doesn't have to be one person, but they are connected. The Librarian MRC also, I was there, I gave 25 different community associations out of America to be able to be listed under that name. ULLA, please step out of your box and join us. I'm available. My $160, I will give it. My phone number is 508-320-2719. Reach out to me and we can start the campaign of $10 a week or every 2 weeks, how we get paid. I hear nurses on the phone. I know many people in the healthcare field. I get paid every 2 weeks. So I'm willing to give that. I give $25 to Librarian Association. I give $25 to basketball. I give $25 to my county. I give $25 to my community, and I give $25 every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
So we capable of every 2 weeks out of my paycheck.
Yes.
So I do that. So we can do that, but please, I don't want to take out your time. I got to go back to work. And I appreciate what you guys are doing. And to Caleb, you know how far we come from, brother. So I will continue to support you. Okay, I appreciate the book that was written. So thank you very much. And I hope to hear from the people that you charge.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Thank you so much. So let us move along. Let us move along because of time. Please, if you want to donate, you can put it in the chat. You can use the Zelle information up here. You can use our Cash App information. If you're in Liberia, you want to donate, you can use our information as well to send in your funds. And you can also just write a comment, you know, how many baskets you're buying, how many care packet you want to pay for, so that way we know how to allocate the funds. So thank you all so far. At this time, we will, because of time, we will only allocate 5 to 10 minutes to our next speakers. We are going to call Dr. Hall to please introduce our next speaker. I'm sorry? Mr. Randolph Glee, social worker and survivor family. If Dr. Hall is here, can you please just take this time to introduce him briefly? And sir, we will give you at least 10 minutes to present, because we know you do have some important things to share. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to introduce Mr. Randall Glee. Mr. Randall Glee is a child protective social worker with the Hennepin County Health Services in Public Health, specializing in child safety, crisis intervention, and family support. Mr. Glee brings leadership experience in behavioral health, higher education, and nonprofit work. He also serves as the CEO of the Randall Glee Foundation, advancing educational opportunities for children in Liberia. Mr. Glee will also share a powerful testimony as a survivor family member, highlighting the impact of addiction on families in the journey forward healing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my profound honor and to introduce Mr. Glee to this dignified audience. Thank you, sir, for your public services. You are indeed a trailblazer. Welcome.
And I made you a co-host so you can share.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, now.
Okay, let me take this time to say thanks to everyone. I'm definitely not going to take out of the 20 minutes. My name is Randolph Glee, and I currently live in Minnesota, working with Hennepin County. I am one of the founder who helped to establish the social work program at the University of Liberia and AMEU. I had the opportunity to go back home to work with the University of Liberia, AMEU, teaching social work for 1 year and months. I actually went for 6 months, but I saw the need to spend all this time and I work. And at the end of all of my classes, we will always reach out to the less privileged, orphanage home and other places. And during all of my time in Liberia, coming from a struggling family and with a difficult upbringing, one who lost his mother at age 1, and there was no father, who has to live with uncles and aunties and all these experiences. So that prepared me. So as I speak now, I just have a son, 1, and he's Randolph Glee Jr. And when I had him, all of the birth of my son all goes along with history. Those of you that were living in Monrovia at the time in 2006, April 17, was the time Beatrice Munassier broke down Waterside, broke everything and burned the place. Guess what? I had 3 tables. At the time, I had just come from out of the country to sell. And my tables, everything was broken, and I was frustrated, calling over 50-50, T-Max Jarate show. At the time, I was still in Liberia, and we advocated until the build the Mandra market. That was nothing, just another makeshift that no longer exists. But guess what? It was the same day my son was born. So everyone said, oh, your son came to take you out of Waterside. And since that day, I never went back as a street vendor to sell down Waterside. I enrolled at the university, later on became vice president of the student union. And my son is an asset for me. And I took care of my son. And one of the things that one of the speakers spoke about, I mean, the guy from Liberia, he spoke about, when I brought my son out, I will always sit with him and talk. Those love that I did not receive from father, I will always sit with him. He's very close to me here, and I will always talk. Any of my students that are online know my son and I went everywhere trying to teach age-appropriate area. He and I went there. But when I came to the States and all that I went through, I sent him to JJ Roberts later on. Then I brought him to DeWare that the incident happened. Those of you that in Monrovia know about DeWare. It's a school that was established by a guy from the States and it's at the international level. It's around the police academy. Their tuition is almost $3,000. When my son got into school, and it was a promise made to him that if he completes his junior high with setting average, then I will reward him DeWare. He went to DeWare. And when he got there, he starts to mingle with a lot of friends. And when he started mingling with a lot of friends, and some of the things that I'm going to talk about, I actually want to help parents how to identify behavior in your child when he's on drugs. So when I started, every time I'm going to get information, oh, believe he has this situation with his teacher, he has this other problem, he's now been suspended for a week, he's now been suspended for 3 days. When I found out, it was the last time I paid, it was $1,500. That was to complete the 3,000. Guess what? The next day, he got expelled. When he got expelled, I asked what happened, because I had no idea about all of his activity. So later, I got the information. I called the school, called the vice principal for Students Affairs. He said, this is what been happening. There was another student that had drugs in his bag, and they were searching his bag, and your son went there, took the drugs, and he carried. It was not like a parcel. Guess what? It was Kyle and Milkenny. They had a place in Kyle and Milkenny. So the school said it has been their habit. They got their clique So he got expelled. When this happened, I immediately called family back home that will always look up to me for help. And I said to the family, and now my son has been expelled, and those that I left him with, they said that the only way he's going to stay in the house until he be in school. So he was not in school. So they decided to put him out. So I asked family member. They said, no, now that he's on drugs, he can't come in our house. I'm talking about blood family member. So you see where rejection comes in? Now he was stigmatized. So I have to, as a man speaking to you, you know it's difficult for men to share tears. But there were many days while here, taking care of other people's kids, making them receiving services and bringing them to that place of stability, working with them here. My son was back home, rejected. Immediately, I have to find resources to send him in Ghana. He went to Ghana. He just won his first medal because he played both soccer and basketball. He's doing wonderful. Because one of the things that I want people to know, when your child is going through addiction, it is not time to resent them. Because guess what? When you reject them, those who accept them will be who? The circles. And everybody wants to stay in the space that they are accepted. So that's one of the fundamental mistakes we made. When they are coming home, you just saying, oh, close the door, and Jimba is coming. And everybody looking at him with such a face. By doing this, guess what? You're rejecting them. But guess what I did to my son? When he started going through all these situations, I will call him and starts to use psychodynamic therapy and say, believe, because he's Reinhard Glee Jr. So his baby name is Believe. So I call him and say, believe. You know that I wanted to be pilot? He said, yes. Daddy, that is the reason why I want to be pilot too. I said, but you know what's the requirement of being a pilot? He said, I'm good in physics, I'm good in mathematics, I'm good in geography. I said, but this is something that we've been talking about. So why this thing? So one of the things you can do when your child is involved in that thing, you have to remind them of the positive. You have to connect them to the positive. Use the strength perspective in social work. Tell them about the good things about them. Tell them about the positive. But when it goes back to our typical, way of raising our kids, is when we start reminding them, oh, you roll, you're criminal, you just like your pa, you just like this person and this. But no, when you go back to the Bible that we all claim to believe, Apple has a rock and break the legs of the sheep for being stubborn. You know what happened to that shepherd? He has to pick up that sheep and put it on his shoulder because the sheep can no longer walk. So when you see a child going astray, he should be the most pressing that you can get close to. The most pressing you can get close to. So if family was rejecting him, he was stigmatized. And guess what? I have to change his environment. And some of the things you need to understand, when the children start getting so much involved into drugs, they will be withdrawn. They will be all by themselves on their phone, all by themselves in their room. They will start to lie. Let me just deal with some of them that I jot down here. I'm not going to take much of the time. Their behavior will change. You will understand that suddenly they're going to be so secretive, frequent lying, and they will try to manipulate you. And my son did that to me because I used to pay for the bus, for him to get on the bus, $50 a month. He came to me and said, Daddy, why would you want to spend $50 on the bus when I can use $25 to pay my way for a month? That's too much money. I thought we were trying to save. But his plan was, he gets there on a motorbike. Like the Reverend said, every school in Liberia has a ghetto next door. So right after the well, there's a ghetto. So he goes there, he got a crew. He wants to be part of the group. He wants to be accepted. So he go and get on the motorbike, and some days they don't even go to school. So sometimes as a parent, you don't have to tell him that you're going to the school. We have to call on our kids' campuses to know what they are doing. You will see when they get in a particular drugs, they will change their friends. When those strange friends come to the home, they don't want to interrogate them. I want you to understand that as a parent. I'm sorry that I was given little time, but I have sufficient thing. You will see their mood will always swing. They're quick to get angry. Sometimes they're going to be paranoid. You're going to find them hopeless, suffering from anxiety. Like most of the time, my son will call me, you say, Randolph, you say, Dad, you know, I got urgent need. I said, boy, you're not paying no mortgage in Liberia. You're not paying nothing. What urgent you need? So you're going to see that they're going to apply urgency to money. Like when my wife left here, she went to Liberia, and he and my wife bound like this. He got there, he told her one time, he said, oh, the Zogos took my phone, but they told me to carry $25. Zogo going to take our phone from you and tell you to bring $25? You know, mommy now. She said, oh, I said, no, this is where it starts with lie. So I just want you to understand, those of us who are parents, you will know sharply they will start to drop in their grades. Their grades will start to drop. Frequent absentees. Socially, they will abruptly change their peers. All the guys that are with them, they will change them. Physical look, their eyes will be red. When you ask them, oh, nothing happening, their speech. My son was more into series than I who live in America. Oh, Dad, this is what I want from you, you know. I have to get some other delivering, slaughtering in his speech. You understand that something has changed in the making. But I just want us to know as parents that we always need to believe in them. Despite where they are, we need to invite them to family meeting, because when they are ostracized, they feel low self-esteem, they feel the sense of worthlessness, and because of that, they are willing to make any decision. And guess who's going to accept them? The guys at the ghetto. Because they are accepted there, you're going to find them all of the time. Let always speak about the positive. That includes their indecision making. And lastly, when they are involved, let's take them to center that they will do assessment to know the kind of drugs they own and how this can help. Lastly, ULLA women, if you all can join me today, let's advocate with the Ministry of Education that every schools in Liberia should have a social worker in the school. Because when you, not just someone who went and did other courses, because that what happened in Liberia, you will find people with social work, they call them social worker. They never did no psychology, they know nothing of that place. They have called them social worker. But I'm talking about professional social worker. We got AME offering social work. We have UL, we got Stella Marie. So if we can really put an argument to the Ministry of Education that all of the schools got social worker from the beginning, and teachers are trained to look out, because now it's not a crisis that needs to be identified. So if we have these people trained who will start identifying from the classroom, we will not end up seeing them in the street. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brother Randolph Glee, for such a powerful presentation. Again, coming from a father, not a mother, right? Coming from a father, this is to tell you that fathers are also in the fight against drugs. This does not only impact the mothers, it also impacts fathers. And we want to say thank you for the impact and support you are given to our education system in Liberia from a social work perspective. I'm also a social worker and a public health worker by credential, and I know that most times social workers are not respected. Everyone calls themselves social work, but you need to go through the formal training to be able to impact some of the issues that we're dealing with in our country. So thank you. Thank you so much. At this time, we will call on our next speaker. He has been very, very patient with us. He's been following the trend throughout the day, and we want to say thank you. We're going to call, before we call him up, we're going to call our own Dr. Twe, our financial secretary and education committee lead. She's been awesome, as all the other women on this platform with ULLA, to introduce our next speaker, Deputy Clarence Fraser. So sister, if you're on, please unmute yourself to introduce our deputy, our brother, our community brother engagement in the diaspora. And we want to say thank you.
Thank you all for the opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Deputy Clarence Fraser. Deputy Clarence Fraser is a detention deputy with the Hennepin County Sheriff Office. He brings over 16 years of experience in emergency services as a firefighter, a paramedic, and law enforcement officer. Before transitioning into law enforcement, he served as a college professor teaching advanced life support. He specializes in intercultural relations, mental health, psychiatric crisis, and response to violent emergencies. Ladies and gentlemen, people online, we want to introduce, please welcome Deputy Fraser. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks for having me. Men and women of Liberia, it's an absolute honor to be speaking with you guys. I have the absolute undeserved pleasure of serving alongside Deputy Nipe and Davies. I see a few of my other coworkers here on the chat. They also bring wonderful years of experience serving communities that are largely affected by drugs and other substance abuse. Thank you for that kind and generous introduction. If you guys check the chat, I dropped the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared for you guys. I see that a lot of you have already some experience and knowledge and understanding of substance abuse. And I appreciate your stories and contributions to this beautiful telecast. Is there any way that I can share my screen?
Sure, I already made you co-host.
All right. Outstanding. So I will share this presentation, and I'm going to move a little quickly as I speak. Again, I've worked in all divisions of public safety that are available here in the United States, between firefighting, advanced life support, paramedicine, and now transitioning into law enforcement. I have extensive history responding to people who are actively overdosing, who have become confused, violent, crashed their cars, victims of violence, oftentimes secondary to narcotics and alcohol use. So a lot of what I'm saying is going to come from the perspective of the United States. In my experiences, I understand that not all communities are exactly alike, but most of the trends that we see are not just local or even national, but they're global trends. People respond the same way, and we see these things happening all across the world. One thing that I hope is that the people of Liberia can maybe learn a thing or two and maybe get a step ahead of their own challenges. The United States has been going through substance abuse crisis for quite some time. And it almost seems like it comes in chapters for us. Right now, we're dealing with fentanyl. Fentanyl is a cheap and easy drug with a extremely high potency and high potential for overdose and death. In the 60s, it was heroin. and then it got around to the 70s and 80s, it was cocaine. Then in the 80s, again, it was crack. And then back in the 90s, it was heroin again. Methamphetamine made an appearance in the 2000s, and then it seems that we've circled back to heroin and fentanyl again. So again, please take a few tips from us and the mistakes that we've either knowingly or unknowingly made. What we found is that a lot of these things, the trends for us at least, there are two main ways that they start. You know, there's the poverty and misguided youth portion of it that seems to be global. I hear that you guys are having trouble with Zogos meeting your youth and sharing the drugs that way. Here in the United States, as it pertains specifically to opiates, one trend that we saw is people getting prescription drugs from a doctor, whether they had an injury, a surgery, or are experiencing cancer. People either get addicted to the medication while they're being treated in a facility, and then they seek that going outside, or given some by a family member, and then they get addicted that way. That's how a lot of people got into Dilaudid, into fentanyl, and morphine. So the challenge with today's drugs, much like I understand that in Liberia, people are struggling with Kush. We call it different things over here. We call it K2, but it's a similar thing. It's really important to distinguish that even though K2 and Kush look like a leaf that you smoke, maybe in what people might call a joint or a spliff, it's different than traditional marijuana, traditional cannabis, which, as far as our science and research shows, has very, very little lethality or collateral damage, whereas Kush and K2, because they're synthetic and are sprayed with a random assortment of chemicals, may have significant, a wide array of different symptoms, including excitability. They could be a stimulant. You could have seizures. You could have respiratory depression. You could have unconsciousness, all kinds of things. So it's not that you know what product you're buying. You have absolutely no idea what product you're buying. And much like the video that we saw a while back at the beginning of this meeting, they mentioned how it was a very high and rapid onset. That's the same thing that we're experiencing with fentanyl. Other drugs that people historically used had a slower, more predictable onset, whereas today's fentanyl, it's hyper concentrated, ultra concentrated. They're even getting it from zoos and veterinarians, and they're using drugs that are intended for elephants, rhinoceros, hippo, for cows, for horses, and they're giving it to humans. So the potency is so much more concentrated. So people are overdosing left and right. Entire groups of people all laying dead have had to respond to an entire car full of teenagers that were all dead because they all got a hyper concentrated dose. If you're all familiar with the singer Prince, he was a victim of counterfeited fentanyl. Prince had a hip injury from a performance where he fell off the stage, and he was taking prescription drugs from his doctor. But when fentanyl hit the streets, people were counterfeiting it and pressing them into pills that looked just like the pills that you would get from a pharmacist, but it was in secret. It was concentrated fentanyl. So Prince took what he believed to be a prescription pill, but it was actually concentrated fentanyl in disguise. So when he did that, he overdosed and he was found dead in his elevator. They're more addictive and they're higher potency. Now, I definitely want to to give credit and give the flowers to the mothers of Liberia. You guys are, from the community standpoint, you guys are the front line. So while I might be on the front line responding in an ambulance or responding as a deputy or a firefighter, I may see it on the street. You guys, from the community standpoint, are the first responders and the first line of defense to our youth. Mothers globally, historically, are the leaders of cultural change. You influence the culture in your youth. Fathers, and play an important role in a child's life, but a mother is the carrier of the culture and is oftentimes the greatest influence. I heard many of the speakers say so many wonderful things about engaging your children, knowing what they're up to, being involved in their friend groups. That is so important. I also was super relieved to hear that you guys are addressing the stigma behind substance abuse, because that was a big deal here in the United States, and it's really only until the last maybe 15 years that we've made it less of a stigma to seek help from hard drugs. In the United States, we don't necessarily consider use of marijuana or cannabis as a dangerous narcotic like we used to, but even still, 30 years ago, if you were caught smoking marijuana, which had very little lethal effect, people would assume that you're a criminal, assume that you're a bad person, and place moral value on that use of cannabis. So I'm so grateful that you guys are destigmatizing that. I'm very relieved to hear that. Real quickly, I'll give you an overview of some of the common drugs that we see here in our day-to-day work. We have two examples of the kinds of leaf product that you might come across. On the left is the one example of what K2 or Kush might be. Again, that's just some generic inert plant or leaf that's chopped up and then sprayed or dipped in a chemical that could have a wide variety of symptoms. On the right is a more traditional cannabis or marijuana. It's still unlawful in certain areas, but in Minnesota, it's been decriminalized, given that it has very low lethal effect. Both are not ideal in our youth. However, the synthetic Kush or K2 is certainly the more lethal of the two. We had our own wave of K2 come through the Twin Cities in Minnesota in around 2016. There were people having all kinds of different reactions to it. It can be hard to tell the difference. At the end of the day, if you call police or call on local law enforcement, they can usually tell the difference. With cannabis or marijuana, you're really just going to see people just really relaxed. They may have some strange behavior, but you're not going to see erratic behavior like you might with K2 or Kush or Spice. The real challenge for us, I'm not sure how much of a global impact it's had, have been the opiates. Again, that can come in pill form, such as morphine, oxycodone, Percocet. You can even have fentanyl pills. You can also find it in powderized forms. People like to either dilute it with water or heat it up so it melts down into a liquid, can be injected. That was popular for decades. It's less popular now. These days, people are smoking powderized fentanyl out of a piece of tinfoil. I saw that in the video that you guys showed earlier as well. So it's interesting to see that's more of a global phenomenon. But it's just, you get little tinfoil packets of it and people heat it up with a lighter and then they smoke it through a straw. I really want to emphasize for anybody who's less familiar with drugs that it's not a bad thing to take these prescription drugs if it's given to you by a doctor or a pharmacist. If you need it for therapeutic recovery from an injury or surgery, certainly use it. However, just understand that there is a significant amount of abuse potential attached to that. It's certainly not to be mistaken with any of the over-the-counter medications like Tylenol, acetaminophen, Motrin. That stuff you can even give to your children. That's much, much safer, has almost no lethal effect when given in the therapeutic prescribed doses. With the opiates, what we're really looking for is the respiratory depression. If you ever hear that somebody overdoses, chances are that's what they're saying, is that they took enough of the drug or medication that it caused them to stop breathing, and then so when we respond to these kinds of crises, even whether it's on the street, in someone's home, or even in the jail, we have our own response system for that. In the United States, we call 911. For anybody who's watching internationally, I believe that one of the numbers you can call in Liberia is 5888. Whatever number or emergency response system you choose to use, just make sure that you describe how the person is breathing. Make sure you check for a pulse. If you guys know CPR or know how to learn CPR, if you have a resource for that, please, I encourage everybody to learn it. It's relatively easy. Might be a little physically tiring, but certainly worth it for everybody. Now, not necessarily a Q&A question, just real quick, if anybody knows off the top of their head, is Narcan readily available in Liberia?
I don't think any of us here really know what. Yeah.
Narcan is not.
I know Narcan, but I haven't practiced in Liberia, so I don't know if we have it there, but I haven't. I don't.
So
it's something to check into.
Certainly. So Narcan is super cheap, and most clinics and hospitals should carry it in the United States. Almost every police officer carries it in their pocket. At the jail, we have it at every desk. But all it is a spray. You spray it in somebody's nose. If you are a nurse or a doctor and you know how to start IVs, you can use it in an injection form, or on the far right of the screen, you see that there's an auto injector. It kind of looks like an EpiPen. You can also inject it intramuscularly. But what's so beautiful about Narcan is that it 100% completely reverses opiates. So the most dangerous drug that we have on the planet has probably the simplest antidote out of all the drugs. It's I'm sure Deputy Davies, Nipe, and Deputy Eads, and Deputy Howard have seen it in action. Somebody could be deader than a doorknob on the floor, and you give them a little spray of Narcan, they pop right up. It's really a miracle drug, and it's super cheap. So if there are resources that you guys have with your community into as far as getting Narcan more readily accessible on the streets in Liberia for Zogos and any other substance users in your communities, please push for Narcan. Here in the United States, they give it away for free. They have vending machines at fire stations where you can just walk up on the sidewalk, press the button, and they'll give you free Narcan because it's so cheap and so effective.
Can it be something that we, maybe work with you where we can get consignment of it? How do you think we as, in this game can be able to access such a powerful resource?
So it typically it's something that you would source through a medical provider. When you buy this stuff, you just need a doctor's autograph. So whoever your main medical contact is, wherever you are, you just have to ask them to get in touch with a pharmaceutical provider. It's not something that I or any person on the street can just contact a big manufacturer and say, I want to buy a whole case of Narcan. It is something that you have to get from a pharmacy. And you usually need a doctor's autograph to buy large amounts. You can buy personal amounts at most stores here in the United States, but for a large amount to supply a community, you would have to go through like a pharmaceutical provider.
And the nurses on here, let's work on that.
I have never looked into that, but I know some other nonprofit organizations that work with pharmaceutical companies to supply them with drugs when they go to Liberia. So it's something that we can look into. I'm pretty sure we can be able to get some.
It's super cheap. So if you look at the Narcan on the far right, the auto injector, that's going to be the most expensive version because it's a brand name product. They're charging you for the packaging and the name on it versus the product. So that's going to be closer to $50 each for each dose. Whereas you look at the vial, which goes into the syringe right next to it, with the sponge tip on it, that's like less than $1 for each dose. The Narcan with the 4 milligrams on the side, that will vary depending on who your supplier is. But just to get a simple dose of Narcan is less than $1 from my understanding. It's really important to understand, though, that Narcan only works on opiates. So if you encounter cocaine or methamphetamine or benzodiazepines, like some people choose to abuse Xanax, which is like an anxiety medication, it doesn't work on any of those. It only works on the opiates that make you stop breathing.
Our issue is mostly what's the drugs in Liberia? Kush.
Is it the Kush? Right. So that may or may not help with Kush, again, because Kush is that what it is it's in somebody's garage or basement, they have a bunch of chemicals. Maybe they put a little bit of drugs in it, but they just really mix up a batch and they spray it on the leaves, and it's always changing. So that's been really tough for us to combat here in the United States. Even it changes so rapidly that no one specific medication can do it. You may have excitability, and then you may have depression, and then you may have seizures. So it can be all kinds of things. So Narcan isn't necessarily for Kush. I'll try to focus more in on that as we go through this presentation.
Thank you.
I am very glad you mentioned that about the specific drug that Narcan works on.
Yep. So a common thing that we see in law enforcement is that not all police have a medical background. So if they see somebody who's very drunk, or even they could be having a medical crisis like low blood sugar, they may just assume that the person's on drugs. So they just give them Narcan, and then it does nothing. They're like, oh, I don't know what to do. It's because they weren't suffering from an opiate overdose, which is the specific thing it's for. I did a little bit of research about some of the narcotics use in Liberia. I did see that there was significant in the drug dens. There are significant pockets of cocaine. Cocaine is really expensive. So if you're looking at the impoverished communities with lots of youth that are short on opportunities, chances are youth are not going to have enough money to buy powderized cocaine. It's just not popular. I figured I'd mention it. Cocaine is usually referred to as a rock star or celebrity drug. So you're not really going to see it on the streets as much as you would maybe at a wealthy party, but certainly something to consider. These kind of people will have a high heart rate. They're going to be sweaty. They're going to be really excited and really happy. It makes you really, really excited and happy. Sometimes it's dangerous because people like to mix this drug with opiates. So something to look into. But I'll move right past this one. You guys can take a look at the slideshow later. Methamphetamine and stimulants. This is something that you may find in the Kush. It's made out of many things. It comes from back when we were in World War I and II. We were looking for ways to make super soldiers, make them stronger, make them stay awake for days at a time. So we were looking at ways that we could keep people, we wanted to make their bodies numb, but make them strong and have infinite energy. And that's pretty much what methamphetamine does. If somebody takes a lot of methamphetamine, chances are they're going to feel like Superman. They're going to want to fight. They're going to be talking really fast, saying a lot of stuff that really makes almost no sense. And these people are really unsafe to approach. If you are suspected, it's best to call 911. These people, you can't reason with them. It's not going to make sense if you try to identify yourself as a loved one. Once they've reached that point of excitability, there's almost no way of coming back until they either sleep it off or they are sedated with medical drugs. The challenge with meth is that some people try to balance the meth with opiates. So if a meth user is up for days at a time, sometimes the only way they can get to sleep is if they use some fentanyl, is if they use some heroin. So sometimes they use both at the same time to try to find a balance. A fentanyl or opiate user or morphine user is also going to try to make sure they don't overdose. They're going to try to use some meth to bring them back up. So a lot of these people do what's called speedballing, and they try to find that balance. And it's very common that they miss the mark on the balance and go too far on one side. From our perspective, why do people choose drugs? I'm so glad you guys talked about destigmatizing it. Youth naturally explore things when they aren't kept busy in school, kept busy in sports, kept busy with family, kept busy with a job if they're old enough to have a job. They're going to naturally explore. They're going to fill their time. And we have to be real honest with ourselves. Drugs feel good. To say that drugs don't feel good to people is to feed them a fallacy. So we have to firstly admit that drugs do make many people feel really good, and understand that it's not always that a kid is misguided because they are choosing to experiment with drugs. Even if you do everything right as a parent, a child may still experiment. It's a youthful nature. We animals when they're babies, they don't know the dangers of certain things. They're going to test the boundaries. So it's very natural. A lot of the times it's a response to emotional or physical trauma, whether I heard that some of the people were survivors of war. Bless you guys for surviving those things. Sometimes people are trying to numb the pain. They can't get these things out of their mind. If you've seen your parents hurt, if you've seen your brothers and sisters hurt, if you've been in a community that was burned to the ground, people try to numb that with these drugs, with this alcohol. Maybe they've been emotionally or psychologically abused. Maybe they were part of human trafficking. I heard that earlier too. Many, like an overwhelming high percentage of these people turn to drugs as a coping mechanism. We, in a sober mind, understand that that's not the right decision, that it's not the right choice. But once you have that first taste, that first hit of the drug, your brain literally rewrites the chemistry. It literally tells you this drug is good for me. This drug is better than whatever I had before. So we know it's bad, but from a chemistry level, from a biology level, your brain changes its shape because of these drugs and says, this is what I need. These days we look at mental health as seriously as we would look at having a stroke, having a heart attack. These are things that doctors need to evaluate and rewrite maybe some of these medications to help the brain recover, to heal from using these drugs, because the drugs literally change the electricity and the chemicals inside of our brains. So it's not always in a sober mind that every person who chooses drugs is making it with the same decision-making capacity that we have. So as mothers, as community members, what can we do? You guys have already mentioned it. I heard multiple people. Ignoring the early signs, whether you see your child being less involved in family, less emotional, it doesn't automatically mean that they're using drugs, but it's certainly something to look into. What we used to do is, with that stigma, we used to treat using drugs at a personal level, personal use, we used to treat that as a crime. In the United States, it's very rare that you're going to find a law enforcement officer charging someone with a personal amount of drug. They really only pursue criminal charges when it's a distribution level. So if you're the person providing for the community, you're going to go to jail, you're going to go to prison. But if you're just an individual using, we see that more as you are a victim of this chemical neurology. So punishing people for using a drug is not as effective. Punishing them for selling it may be a little bit more effective, but we treat it as an addiction, as a disease process in the brain, not as a criminal behavior. What we see as our biggest mistake is reacting too late, saying that, oh, I saw the early signs, but now it's too late. Now they're addicted. Now they have a criminal history. Once you go to jail, once you go to prison, that becomes your new normal. So giving that child a little extra love, giving them something to do before they have to turn to drugs is oftentimes the best thing we can do. Early conversations, community involvement, what you guys are doing is beautiful. Firm but loving boundaries. What do they say as parents? I'm a father of two. They say, you may not always like what I say, but you will respect it, and eventually you will learn to love me because of that, right? Lastly, here in Minnesota and across the United States, what we've done is we've partnered with law enforcement and given them this same amount of education so that they understand. We had a time period in the United States from like the 80s up until the 2000s where we were sending anybody who had a personal use amount of drugs, we're sending them to jail. These days, we know that's not effective. In fact, it makes a lot of the problems worse. So partnering with our law enforcement partners, human services, social workers, attorneys, all of those people combined, we create plans and partnerships to better address rehabilitation. That was a super, super brief overview. It's a much more complicated system. Not even the most educated professionals have all of the answers. I'd love to answer some questions because I know it's a super, super complex and complicated topic. So if there are a brief number of questions, I only have a few minutes. I'd love to hear a few.
Wow. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Yeah, this is Sammy. I want to personally appreciate you for that presentation. The talk was very awesome. I've worked in critical care in an inner city hospital for the last 16 years. And, I know a lot about what you just said, and I want to appreciate your time.
Who is Sam?
Sam G here, UNICO National President.
Oh, okay. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And one of the LDA, which is the National Drug Enforcement Officers in Liberia, the director, one of the requests was training. We can find people that will be able to do online training for his people. That's something that they said they are open and welcome to. Do you think you and your deputies could put some things together that we all could help? Because we could talk about this, but if the people that are out there are not trained, we're also back to the same situation.
So I don't think I would have so I've since left education, and now I'm just working for the Hennepin County Sheriff. But even within the sheriff, we do have an entire education department. So I could certainly provide some contacts for people who do that specific kind of training. They come from our level 1 trauma hospital and they come to the jail. They see our law enforcement partners, and they provide medical level. So I'm not familiar with the ambulances in Liberia, but ambulances in the United States respond to most law enforcement incidents. So the medical staff have a degree of law enforcement exposure. So I can get our Hennepin County education team. I'll send some resources and some links to their training department, because they go directly to, I want to say that North Memorial is also another level 1 trauma center. They actually are partnered with the FBI in Minneapolis. So I'll see if I can get that education contact for you guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, do you
Yes.
think that the education, do you think we can partner with them so we can also offer that?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get his information. In that way,
Ah.
when we get that, we could try to see how, yeah,
Yep.
we can
So
use
I
that.
included my my email, my personal email, on the last slide of the presentation for exactly that thing. If there's a contact that you want, I can send it to you that way.
Definitely. We'll work through Bandora to get that from you.
Wonderful. All right, I got to run. Thank you it's my honor to speak to you guys and share those experiences. Thank you for everybody else who shared. It was I'm so glad to hear all the wonderful things you guys are doing.
Thank you, Deputy Frazier. Thank you for the
Thank you.
powerful and eye-opening presentation. We are deeply
Yep.
grateful to have you. Thank you.
I'll see you all at work.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Ladies, the floor is back to you guys.
What a wealth of knowledge, wealth
Wow.
of knowledge. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Bandora, for making that connection. We needed that information. So I'm glad that Dr. Toy is on to connect the educational aspect, to connect with him, because we need it. The more information we can give to our people in Liberia, the better the problems, may be solved to some level. Education as well. So I'm glad to hear that. At this time, again, we're here for fundraising, but because of time, it's only crucial that we will do our fundraising probably more at the latter end, but I think we should hear from our Liberian community associations that are on the platform. They've been with us since the beginning of the program. They have been a great support to our team, our goals, and I know that the president for the Liberian community, PA, she is on. And we do have, I think, the president of the Staten Island Liberian community, he's on as well. We had the brother Anthony, he's from the Liberian community in Connecticut, he said. So we do have our Liberian communities in the diaspora supporting us. If you are from the Liberian community in other states and I didn't call you because we probably didn't get information or confirmation from your end, but you're here with us, feel free also to we'll give you all 1 to 2 minutes to speak, to buy a care package as well. And if you want to add to the discussion today, this is the time for you to do that. So see President Madame Sayonde, she's on. If you want to come on, give yourself a few minutes to speak, 1 to 2 minutes. The floor is open.
My camera is turned the other way. I'm going to turn it back to me.
Showing us the card.
Yeah. Why is it turned the other way?
We actually thought you fell down.
No.
The truth is,
I don't know how to turn it. Oh, well. I really want to. Oh, okay. Let me see.
We saw you a few minutes ago, so just
Oh,
you had it the right way.
You can see me now?
No, do it the other way.
Go the other way. Okay. What did I do? Why am I doing it?
While she's getting that, somebody else.
There she go. There she go.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry, everybody. Hello, everybody, and thank you for this great informative conference. Madam Chair Lady, awesome job, and I really appreciate the fact that we, even though we are in the diaspora, we are trying to take the time to engage our people back home and help it to be a part of the solution of the problem. As you know, and I want to say this, my name is Sayani Kofa. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the president of the Liberian Association of Pennsylvania, and in the United States, and I have a very large population of Liberians here. And the drug war is in Liberia, but it's also a part of our community here. I have seen that. I've visited the places where they are, and I've spoken with them, and I've tried to encourage them by putting a social worker team together to go to them and talk to them and see how we can integrate them back into society the right way and get away from that. But it's very disheartening to see what's happening in Liberia. We all know because of those are some of the perils of war. The devastating events that happen after wars that goes on in our country. And I really want to applaud the young man from Liberia who spoke on his story. It was very interesting and moving because I heard a lot he was saying. And one or two things I gathered from his speech was the fact that he talked about the placement of the people within that community and relapse. He talked about the reason for relapse being being stigmatized, and also empowering the people after they have decided to leave that community of drugs. And so I would suggest that there be programs placed in schools, in the various communities, continuously making that awareness. I know we help. I know the LG, other people are there. They are doing a great job to help the community and the society. But I think it can be reinforced and more proactive, in a way that people will see the impact of what they're doing. And I want to thank the gentleman that just spoke, a law enforcement officer, I assume, about the laws of what happens when it happens here and how to deal with it. However, I would like us to continue doing this. I really, really appreciate this moment. I've been in and out because, as you can see, I was at a funeral, but I've been listening when I got out, and I listened to some of the testimonies and the input and the doc that talk about his book that he's presenting, some solutions in there. It's good to talk and have a conference and talk about this, but we should start thinking on really, really enforcing, the right move the implementation part of how we can bring our policies and procedures with our government, engaging our government and other people on the ground, because I think there should be some laws passed. Another root of the problem that I didn't hear much, but we need to know, and I'm not going to hide it, is that these things come in from the higher ups in the society and goes down to the people down there who are going through trauma, who are depressed, who are distressed because of their life situation. And so it should start, the cleaning up should start from looking at the people who are up there. I'm not saying I know anybody or trying to point out anybody, but we see that in society all the time. So how come, somebody who's not working and doing everything and got all the properties and got things going with so much money, but you don't see the source of their income, And then, but the young person down there who's living in the area is the one who's smoking and getting crazy from the drugs and going through all the trauma of it. So we need to look at that situation also, and make sure we look in the higher ups in our society, to find the root of this drug problem. Because I lived in Liberia many years, and I've been here the past 25 years. I've been going back almost every year, except for the past 2-3 years. I became a community leader. I work with an organization called Don Bosco Homes and Rehabilitation Center. That organization, which was on the Salesians of Don Bosco, a Catholic organization, came in right after the war and started a rehab program in which they have vocational schools and they were rehabilitating, ex-soldiers and ex-combatants. There were drug issues, but not as much as I see it go on now. So it wills me, and when I go back and I see, I'm here, but these things happen, I'm like, I'm wondering where they're coming from. Because right after the war, a few years after the war, up to 1998, we were there doing that rehab program and making them to return the guns, and go to vocational schools and finding jobs for them and finding the place for them in the society. The drugs wasn't that much. So, what happened? But we know as time go by, as people get older and there's no placement, there's no programs for them to work with, these things start to happen. And I learned that program ended at some point in time. So we should hold our officials to the head to make sure that they bring in programs, and placement for those people who were part of the war or were affected after the war and have nothing to do and nowhere to go but to find solace in drugs. Like the officer said, it makes them feel good. But well, if it's just to have good feelings and I can survive and live, then why not? But if I have something to do and I have a reason not to do that, then, and it saddens me to know that, it's all in the school. We know that these things can be corrected. They just need to be seriously looked at and hold our educational system, our law enforcement officers, our government and policymakers accountable to make sure there are rules and policies in schools in these various areas to stop this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Kofa, for the insight and words of encouragement and suggestion. We look forward to the Philadelphia chapter always supporting us. And we have the care packet for $25 as well. And we know that Philadelphia will be a great support in this fundraising aspect. So at this time, I know we do have the president of the Liberian community in Staten Island. I'm not sure if you're on this platform to speak for 1 or 2 minutes. And after that, we'll come to the president of California Liberia chapter, Madam Angela Connie. She's also on. We'll give them 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes to say something and support the fundraising aspect of purchasing our care packet for $25 a package.
Yeah,
Alright.
and to the time.
While they get ready to come on, we will be calling on some of the sponsors to come on. So the first person we're going to call will be Deputy Eats. Deputy Eats, please unmute yourself. Brain Eats. Turn your video on, unmute yourself, and you can go ahead.
Hey everybody, how are you?
Hello.
Well, I'm just out here, just kind of, supporting Miss Davis because she asked me to come on here, kind of, talk about the Word of God and just, tell everybody, that the Lord is there for you, and He's the greatest that therapist you're ever going to get. I mean, you know, he's there for you if you're willing to knock on that door, and he's willing to open that door for you. Just like, you know, what Hebrews 10:10 says, you know, you're forever sanctified by the blood of Jesus Christ. That's why he died for us on that cross. Because, you know, if you're willing to come to him, he's willing to take you in, no matter what, you know, your background was. If that was the past, you know, he's the future, and, you know, he just, you know, you're forever sanctified, and that means, you know, he doesn't care. He will no longer remember, you know, your iniquities. You will no longer remember anything. It's what you do from here on out, and it's what, you know, just like what Deputy Clarence said, or Deputy Frazier, that one of my other coworkers, you know, that it's all
His network. I think he's driving.
about you. Yeah, I am. And it's just about, you know, just being there for as a community. And I love everything about this. And, you know, I really feel honored to be on here talking to you all about God and about, you know, everything, and that the Lord is there for you. He's going to be there for you. He'll be there till the end, and he's going to be there for the eternity. You got to reach out to him. If you really want it, he's right there. You just got to be willing to go to him, and he will open that door, and that'll be the end of that. You'll be able to live an eternal life. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Deputy Eats, how many care package are you going to purchase? How many? It's 25 each. How many are you going to purchase?
I'll be purchasing one today.
Thank you. The Cash App and Zelle is there. Thank you. And we're going to go to Deputy Mamuza. Please unmute yourself and just donate. Deputy Mamuza, unmute yourself and just make your donation.
Yes, good evening, everybody. My name is Deputy Muhumuza Robert. I work with Deputy Davis, and she told me about what's going on, and really support the idea. And being born in Africa, I know how much we go through and what our community needs. And I'm so pleased to be part of this Zoom meeting. And for today, I'm gonna be purchasing 4 kits worth $100. I'll give it to Davis once I get to my next destination in a few minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Deputy Barr. If you are here, Deputy Barr, please unmute yourself and just make your contribution. And Deputy Couple. Deputy Couple, if you are here, make your contribution.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
All right, so back to us on the floor. It's time to get care packages, please. The floor is open. You can purchase 1, you can purchase 2, 3, or 10. Please, that's what we are here for. We heard all of the messages. These people need our support. They need love. They need care, and that care package will speak a lot. When they receive it with a special message from you with your name, they don't know you, but they will know that someone cares. So as you are purchasing it, we know your name. We're going to jot it down and write a little sweet note and drop it in your care package box. So please, the Zelle is on. Please unmute yourself. You want to speak, you want to get more. You can, the $, Little Dipper. It's right there for Cash App. The same for Zelle with the email at the bottom. And then if you are in Liberia, you say, wow, I want to be a part. How can I? We have the MTN number. I know that the Zelle is not showing. Can you just clear a little bit the number?
For sure.
We have it. So please let us make this happen. Go ahead, sir.
This is Sam G here. Thank you so much, Madam Chair Lady and all the ladies of ULLA. I think that my NEMA folks are on, and You guys know the work we do in Nima County. I want to appreciate you for taking that bold step with ULLA. And I look forward to getting more involved with you guys. This is my first meeting with your team, and I'm so impressed by all of the presentation. I was so inspired by the guy who spoke from Liberia, and the work you guys have started, I think will go a long way. The first thing we need to do is to, raise the awareness, and you guys are on the right track. And I'm pretty sure that pretty soon, sooner than later, Unico will be partnering with you guys. So with that said, I will purchase 4 of the care packages, and you guys can donate it. You can donate it to whosoever you feel like donating it to, or you can resell them. So thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you. Thank
So,
you.
ladies, the floor is open. I'm writing down your name. There'll be a special message. Now it will be like Sam from Unico. You see, and then they will read and say, wow. Someone will say, what? Sam, no, he knows me. So it's
not
so
just
important.
Sam, it's Samuel, the president of Unico.
I know, the president, yeah. So that's how we're gonna do it. So as you are doing, I'm writing the names down here. Your name gonna be there. They're gonna know that someone cares. So 4 people going to be happy and know that someone cares. There's somewhere in America they don't know, places they have never been, or their relatives have never been. The floor is open, guys. I want to hear you talk. Unmute yourself. Just talk over me when I'm talking. Just talk and say, hey, I have.
Resale those package goes to the people that are in care. The one that we have for showing is the Victoria's Secret ones.
The $60.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then that's fine. And it's $60. All right, let me go check in my account again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make history. We are making history. I have a list of women and men that are making history here. Join the team, join the train. We got to get this ride together. The floor is yours.
The president for the Liberian community in California speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, they can speak in between.
No, I don't know if she came on because I stepped away for a short minute.
No, she hasn't.
Madam Angela, if you're there, do you want to come on? Let us know how much packages you want for California.
And Philadelphia is also there. And then we have a young guy from Liberia that wants to speak as well.
Awesome. Awesome.
So I don't
Hello,
know if Philadelphia still, if California is still here. I don't see her.
hello, mothers.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, I just want to take this time to appreciate the mothers of Liberia, Nima County, to bring up this unique program. You see, it's very, very bad when we see our brothers, sisters on the drugs issues. For me, I'm a teacher. I'm teaching in an elementary schools, but most of the speakers actually touch the behaviors of students. When it comes to students, they touch the behaviors, and definitely what all the speakers say, it is truth, and it's something that we all have to put hands around each other to see how best that the students, the children of Liberia, the future leaders of Liberia could at least make a positive change to see how best, because today you people are already on your way, the future is ours, so you people have to actually stand by us to see how best that you can change the life of us. If you people do stay strong, then Liberia will not be improved, the youth of Liberia will be destroyed. The drugs is actually destroying us today in this country. So thank you, people, for at least picking up this show to at least change our lives. I've been on this program since 5 o'clock today, and I'm still here until the day goes. So thanks you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open, even to our chapter leaders or to the powerful women in the United States. The floor is open. Please, when you speak, follow up with support. That's what we are here for. Let us support. Purchase a care package for a child or for or an adults or adults. Please let us do something. That's what we are here for. The floor is open.
And we close in at 4 o'clock. So we close in 4 o'clock. And then Sue has her hand up. And then Sue, go ahead.
Yes, my son is here. He wants to talk. Hold on.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I just want to thank everybody that joined the chat today. This is a very great thing you're doing. On behalf of my mother, I would like to
If we can just decide and say every month we'll donate $10 or $25 and be committed to it, we can save lives. With what I heard tonight from all of the presenters, I am so moved. I don't know about you. I am so moved. We have to wake up. If we don't wake up, the drugs will take over. One of the speakers says, he talked about rejection. He said, if you don't embrace them, if you reject them, the streets will accept them. And when the streets accept them, guess what? They will go and start recruiting, and we will lost more and more sons and daughters, more and more brothers and sisters. And when they are going to the street, what happened to the future generation? So this is a call for each and every one of us tonight. I am leaving not from here to go and jubilate, but I will be thinking, what can we do next? I want you people on this platform to reach out and say, this is what we can do next. Madam Project Lead, these are ideas we can implement. We are standing out. We won't let this slide. I want us to come together and raise the hand of the woman that brought us to the platform. The call she answered from ULLA, and we all are here today. Let us continue to support this cause. This program, the next phase is coming, and we announce it. ULLA women, we wouldn't have done this without you. My love to you all. Madam Asale.
Too late to ask one question, talking about the way going forward.
Yeah, so let's wait and complete. Go ahead, finish, Ventura.
Kudos to you all for joining. And going forward, like I said, we have so many plans that we will be doing. The president will highlight some, but the way forward is let us come on board and support. The next project will be announced in due time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sister Pandora. Mother Cole, can you give us the closing remarks, please?
Okay, thank you. On behalf of the ULLA women, we would like to take this time to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all who participated in this program today. Our guest speakers, our platform guests, our officials here, and those of our Liberian brothers and sisters who join us from Liberia. They stay up all day, all night. I'd like to take this time to tell everybody thank you. In the Liberian setting, we say a big, big thank you to everyone on this platform. It was awesome. Let us be encouraged and know that we're not doing it for anybody. We're doing it for our own cause. Liberia, Mama Liberia, in our community, especially for our children. We need to show them the pathway to take by setting them right to be access to society and non-liability. Once they are useful, even if we are gone, they're going to be left behind us and our name will be ringing. Our mothers did it. They stood up for us to be to where we are today. Most of the stories that we listened to here tonight, it was so touching and inspiring. So at this time, I take my whole heart to ask God to lead us and touch us in a special way. To be honest and sincere in our undertaking, in what we do together.
and put God first and ask God to lead us. So I thank you all, and let God be our guardian and continue to strengthen us and provide for us as we fight to put together, pieces together, to stand up for Mama Liberia. I thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you, Mother Cole, for such a great closing remark. Before we go to the prayer, I don't know if our ULLA president is ready to give us a 30-second closing remark. Mr. President Keita. Thank you.
I just want to take this time to say thank you so much. You know, one thing that if you ask Liberian women to do something, just make sure you stand strong because they are ready to work. And I just said, thank you. You've been doing this for so long. We appreciate everything you're doing. You're helping the coming generation. And I will say today, God bless you for all the things you're doing for us. Every stone that you touch and you walk on today, it shall be a blessing. And I would thank you so much for everything. We appeal also to our government and our official, please. We'll be going to Liberia with our women. They are there to help, to make sure that things work for us. All we want is to help. That's it. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
In so doing,
I told you to lead that thing. You're looking for trouble.
wait, the people watching you. You can't.
Leave it. You
Yeah,
don't want,
yeah.
if I told you want to close the gavel.
Watching.
Madam President, we need to hear it. We need to hear
Sir,
it.
we want to hear it. In so doing.
All right, look, let me do it this way. All right, I believe that the package you're supposed to send out, which is a 500 package, whatever their money you're sending out, to make sure I will give you some rice to add it to it. And we'll start first with 20 bag of rice. When you're reaching Liberia is there for y'all to take it. And how you want to do it, how you want to divide the rice with the packages up to you. And also beside that again, I'm waiting for your package. The package I will discuss behind closed door. How much it costs to take care of one student, one child, to go to the drug rehabilitation center from beginning to the end to their job.
Yes.
Those are things that will help. It will make some of us to come in. Liberia are ready to help in the diaspora. If you ready to come with that package, trust me, most Liberian, just put it together. Good. You show it what it is. And I promise you, we will sell it. You understand? Some of people still waiting. I told them the whole, I said the package is coming. Now that one, the real package is to go to school, rehabilitation. From there, after rehabilitation, get a job, and we will do it. Thank you so much, Liberian women. We trust you, and we know you can do better.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see what we're talking about? At the next phrase, we will still see you again. We will see you again.
September is coming. One more year.
The next phrase of that thing, we will still see you again. We'll partner with you again. We'll partner again, even though we are working for you, but we'll partner with you again. Partner with you again. Partner with you again.
September, one more year.
Thank you.
Two more years.
Yeah,
Awesome. How are you?
We'll do a redo.
No more year.
You not get it, you will get it.
What?
Say you that women number one.
Number one.
Woo!
Right.
Okay.
Sister Bendora, can you close us up in prayer, please?
Let us pray. Our gracious and everlasting Father, we want to say thank you. Thank you for today. Indeed, it is a day that you have made. It is the day that you purpose in your heart. Lord, the stories, the testimonies that we heard, you are a great God. Father, we pray that you would touch the heart of kings and queens. For you said they are within your hand and you can turn it whatever way you want to. So, Lord, that you would turn the hearts of kings and queens to this project, that it would support and their lives would be revived and hearts will be transformed, that the youth of Liberia will find a safe place and a safe space to share their story without not being stigmatized. Father, we thank you. We thank you for all of the hands that were able to provide for a child today, and even those that don't have, but planning to still provide. Lord, that you will make a way when there is none. We thank you because you are a good God. We bless you. As we are leaving, we are not leaving in your presence, but your presence will continue to abide with us. Lord, whosoever, all hands that gave today, Lord, that you will replenish, that you will give them more, that they will not lack, their home will not lack, oh God. Thank you, Lord, as we are preparing this care package. A child will receive it and know that you are God and you still love them. They will receive it, and adult will receive it and know that they are still loved regardless of the mistakes and decisions they have made, but they are still loved by people who know them. We thank you. We bless you. We thank you for this leadership. May you strengthen them. May you give them ideas and understanding that they will continue what they are doing. We thank you for the powerful women behind the scene who are working tirelessly. Some of them are not even here due to a busy schedule, but Lord, their support, their ideas made this program what it is today. We say thank you for everyone. Let your blessing rest in our heart. Thank you, Lord. We bless you. We love you. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you,
One or two
everyone.
hands. Yeah, we gotta go.
Yes. Thank you, Junior. Thank you for your time.
Some of its use. Kush, it's a synthetic drug whose true origin and composition is still not fully understood, but it's become a fast popular drug for disillusioned youth who have nothing to look forward to. And so we're going to speak to some of them to understand why they're in this trade and what it means for society. I'm told these ruins house at least 300 people. Almost everyone here smokes Kush. For about 4 years now, it's been severely affecting Liberia's youth population. It's hard to put into words what I'm witnessing because it's not anything that I've ever experienced before. Every room that you walk into has people without hopes and dreams and ambitions, and they're prisoners of their own reality. Kush, like crack, delivers a brief yet powerful high when smoked. The sensation quickly fades, leaving the user in a kind of hole. I meet William Cooper, who is smoking a single pellet of Kush for 50 cents.
Yeah, so when you take it, sometimes, it make you forget about the past and make you forget about the worry there and other things that have been bothering you. So when you take this, you relax yourself for some time. When you use when it is already bodied completed, where you see all who get out on the street looking for money to get some and then buy some to consume.
The individuals addicted to drugs in this area are referred to as Zogos, a term akin to zombies. The ruins also shelter many women. To support their drug habit, some of them engage in commercial sex work. I've seen a few women here who are pregnant. What happens when they give birth?
Some people give birth, sell a child. Some people give birth, leave a child in the hospital and escape.
Is it dangerous here for you as women?
Yes. They come and go out with you, take the money and beat you.
They will just have you free and run away. They will say they give money and beat you and fuck you and go.
Take the money back.
Has that happened to you?
Yes, it happened to everyone of service now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. The conditions here characterized by rape, drug abuse, violence, and rampant disease are shocking and heartbreaking. People here resort to various means to earn money. Some sell food while others work at the beach pouring concrete. But drug addiction has incapacitated many.